Held in person in the council chamber, and although we don't have a public gallery with us this evening, our meetings of course remain open to the public via the live stream on the website, and I extend a warm welcome to all of you who are watching. And on behalf of Moonee Valley City Council, I would like to respectfully acknowledge the land on which Moonee Valley is located, that of the Wurundjeri Wurrung people of the Kulin Nation, and I'd like to pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people who are tuning in or in the chamber with us today. Now, apologies and leaves of absence. We don't have any, and we have a full suite. I will note for those who are watching online, we do have Councillor Nation who is zooming in for tonight's meeting. Item 3 on the agenda is the confirmation of minutes. Councillors, can I please have a mover and seconder that the minutes from the council meeting held on Tuesday the 12th of April 2022 be confirmed? Move Councillor Sypek, seconded Councillor Tyson. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Item 4 on the agenda is declarations of conflict of interest. Does any councillor have a conflict of interest on any item on the agenda this evening? Councillor Isa.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to declare a general conflict of interest for items 9.3 and 9.4 as previously disclosed to the CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Anybody else? Councillor Nation.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got a general conflict of interest in 3 items. In item 9.4, which is our draft annual budget, the items and reasons for those conflicts have been submitted to the CEO prior to the commencement of the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Nation. Any other conflicts of interest for tonight? No. Now, item 5 on the agenda is presentations. Do we have any presentations for tonight? No. I would like to acknowledge that yesterday was Anzac Day and there were quite a few things that happened around the municipality. Obviously it's a very special day where we commemorate all of those that lost their lives in doing so for our country and countries. One of the events that I went to was held by Oscar Yildiz and his brother Alan Yildiz, and we were presented with this book, Gallipoli, The Invasion. They host a lovely event. It was held in Fawkner, and I'll just get the name from it. A Tree for Gallipoli, Move the House. And quite a few trees were planted on the day, all for fallen soldiers. And I was very proud to represent Moonee Valley on Sunday doing that. And in addition to that, I would like to also thank the RSL clubs, both Keilor East and Flem Ken, and any other community groups that held dawn services or any other services over the weekend. Were there any other presentations for tonight? No. I will move on to item 6 on the agenda, which is petitions and joint letters. Now, our governance rule 62.1 states that unless council determines to consider it as an item of urgent business, no motion may be made on any petition, joint letter, memorial or other like application until the next council meeting after that at which it has been presented. Councillors, I understand that we have received 1 joint letter to be tabled this evening. Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. A joint letter has been received with 7 signatories seeking approval from Council to place an appropriately designed storyboard in close proximity to the Essendon Rifles Monument located in Queen's Park between the cannons.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. So in accordance with Governance Rule 62.4, I will now refer this letter to the CEO for consideration. Councillors, were there any other petitions or joint letters? No. We now move on to item 7 on the agenda, which is public question time. And we have received 1 question from a member of the community this evening. Question 1 is from Logan Shield, which reads, with respect to the much loved and significant lemon-scented gum at 2 Wood Street, Ascot Vale, the arboricultural impact assessment for planning application MB-494-2021 notes the proposal will encroach into the tree protection zone of this tree by 26.1%. The impact assessment argues that due to the existing dwelling, the net encroachment is therefore only 9.7%, just under the 10% threshold outlined in AS 4970. However, AS 4970 is silent on whether the calculation of encroachment is the net area, i.e. total proposed minus existing, or the absolute area, i.e. total proposed. What is Council's interpretation of the Australian standard in calculating encroachment into a tree protection zone? Thank you, Logan, for your question, and I will refer to the CEO, Helen, for a response.
Thank you, Logan. Through the Chair. The application for 2 Wood Street, Escoville is a live application and a decision has not been made for this planning permit application. An arborist report, including a tree management plan, was referred to Council's arborist as part of the planning permit application process. The total proposed tree protection zone encroachment is calculated by considering existing encroachments, and if there is doubt about how significant the existing encroachment is, Council may request a non-destructive root investigation to enable more accurate advice to be given. This may include allowing the proposal and requiring root-sensitive construction techniques or complete redesign. Council does not have a separate interpretation of the requirements to the Australian Standards AS 4970-2009, as this is the standard practice required to be implemented for the protection of trees on development sites. Should the application be approved, permit conditions will be considered, having regard to the arborist report and recommendations and Council's assessment of the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Logan, for your question. Item 8 on the agenda is reports from delegates. I don't believe there are any councillors. No reports from delegates? No. So we'll move straight into reports. Item 9 on the agenda is 367 Keeler Road and 177 Ogilvy Street, Essendon, Lot 152, Block FLP 3151 and Lot 1 TP 112227J. Construction of a multi-storey building in a commercial 1 zone and design and development overlay DDO 7. Construct 2 or more dwellings on a lot in a general residential zone. A reduction in car parking requirements and alteration of access to road in a transport zone 2. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. This application is for...
Sorry, Councillor Adams, you need to move the motion. It's okay, Councillor Adams, it's been a long Easter.
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. And is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Isa. Councillor Adams, would you now like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mayor. This application is for a similar proposal to that of an expired planning permit. In this current application, there are some built form variations addressing planning policy changes that have occurred since the previous permit was issued. Notably, there is an area reduction of first floor cantilevering and sections of the driveway in the Ogilvy Street lot in order to meet compliance with minimum garden requirements. Importantly, I will note that the building heights comply and the setbacks for 367 Keeler Road accord with the preferred setback requirements under the DDO 7, with the overall development also generally consistent with the setbacks of the previous planning permit issued at the direction of the tribunal. Similarly, the breadth and massing is similar to the previous permit. The proposed development has a maximum building height of 14.92 metres, which accords with the 15-metre preferred building height for 367 Keeler Road under the DDO 7. And furthermore, the proposed development for 177 Ogilvy Street has a maximum height of 8.9 metres, which is below the mandatory maximum building height of 11 metres under clause 32.08-10. Therefore, the proposed building height is appropriate in the context of the site and the surrounding area. I will note that I'm not pleased to see visitor parking removed, but do acknowledge this is no longer a requirement under clause 52.06 of the planning scheme, as this property is located within the principal public transport network. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Isa.
I don't have anything particular to add except that this was the matter that was deferred, pardon me, from our last meeting, and in the interim, officers have provided councillors with considerable information in response to questions, including the extent of all of the changes as outlined by Councillor Adams just now. So thank officers for their work to answer the questions during the 2-week period. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Would any other councillor like to speak on this motion? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor. This proposal has a bit of a long, drawn-out history, pretty much. The previous proposal expired, and hence we have this new application in front of us for this site. Look, I don't have a problem with the Keilor Road side of it, but when a development proposal has tacked onto the back of it a residential block, and quite a skinny residential block to that, it doesn't make, like, for me, there's just too much of an impact on the residential area surrounding the 177 Ogilvy part of this site. Namely, there are a couple of units, particularly on Deacon Street, that will be in shadow nearly the entire day, and conveniently VCAT in the last decision declared that the secluded private open space of the 156A isn't actually secluded private open space, and hence this enormous overshadowing for nearly the entire length of the day seems to be able to get through the goalposts, which really, really concerns me. When this proposal was brought to us years ago, there was a huge public uproar at the time, and it's been a while since that happened, so I had to be refreshed, my memory had to be refreshed on all that. But considering the proposal in front of us, compared with the changes, and yes, there have been changes that have been made, but for me they're certainly not substantial enough, and they don't offer the residential area beside this development and within Deacon Street and Ogilvy Street. This does not protect the residential amenity of the existing residences, I don't believe. And I can't support something, a development that is going to cast a shadow over existing residential dwellings for nearly the entire length of the day. I don't think it's right. And I would really like to see in the future, and this will probably never happen, but, you know, developers buy these skinny blocks and decide to build these massive apartment blocks that will have a real impact on the residential amenity, and we saw one similar to this last week be decided, and I just can't support something that is going to have such a detrimental effect on our residents. So I won't be supporting this, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Would any other councillor like to speak on this motion? Councillor Sypek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When this came up last time, we had the same problem with overshadowing, and I had a look at the plans again this time, and when you look at the Equinox plans, and it's true, there will be overshadowing over the amenities of the neighbouring properties there. And in all good conscience, Madam Mayor, I have to think to myself, if this was my grandmother or my mother who lived behind there and they were going to be in shadow all day, would I be comfortable in voting for this? Madam Mayor, I am not comfortable with this. This doesn't wash with me, and this doesn't wash with the community, so I will be voting against this.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Any other councillor? Councillor Adams, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just to address the overshadowing, we'll just quote something from the report that says there would be no additional overshadowing to the adjoining property to the south of 175 Ogilvie Street and the adjoining property to the southwest at 154 Deacon Street has a secluded private open space area that meets the requirements of this standard and receives a minimum of 5 hours sunlight between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. on the 22nd of December. Thank you. September, sorry.
Point of order, Mayor, please. That is not the address that I was referring to, so I'd just like that noted, please.
Councillor Sharp, to say a point of order, you are required to raise what governance rule you're referring to.
The councillor is referring to something that I did not refer to, so I don't know what that would come under, but that's...
Do you want to continue with the point of order? If you...
No, but what I stated is not what is...
Thanks, Councillor Sharp. If you're not going ahead with the point of order, then we will continue. Councillor Adams?
Nothing further to add. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I will put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Isa. All those against? Is Councillor Nation, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Byrne. That motion is carried. Item 9.2 on the agenda is funding the inclusion of a maternal and child health service at the new Essendon kindergarten. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Adams.
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Sharp. Councillor Adams, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thanks, Mayor. This motion basically resolves to partner with the state government and their kindergarten development at 2 to 4 McCracken Street, Essendon, for the ongoing site management under a development agreement and lease, and commits funds towards the development of 2 maternal and child health suites within the overall development in 22-23. Firstly, I want to take this opportunity to thank the state government for fully funding the delivery of 3 kindergarten rooms. This will go a long way to filling the gaps in the Essendon and surrounding areas, and I'm really pleased to see the McCracken Street site used as it's central to the many areas needing more kindergarten spaces. It's a big win for us all. With this commitment has come the opportunity for Council to contribute additional funds so that 2 maternal child health suites can be included in the development. Infrastructure for maternal child health services are the responsibility of Council, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to expand this service in an area that is very much needing more maternal child health services. As part of this report, officers have prepared a map and a table of usage stats that show the service gap and the pressures on other centres surrounding the McCracken Street site. The Beaver Street MCH site in Aberfeldy is the closest and is under a lot of pressure with very high usage. So this new centre will go a long way to helping spread the load across this site, Killor East, Strathmore, Montgomery Park and Moonee Ponds, which are all centres that are currently under pressure that surround and are central to this area. We all know how incredibly important our maternal child health services are to our local families. I have 3 kids myself and have visited many of our centres over many years and know firsthand how incredibly important this service is to parents in those early years. I think having this service on site with our kindergartens is a perfect synergy. It's convenient for families and just makes sense. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is an incredibly exciting project for Buckley Ward, and I'm really pleased to be able to sit around this table and have before us a proposal which is building a new kindergarten in the heart of Essendon, and for Council to be contributing to that project by the establishment of 2 maternal child health centre suites at that same site. We know Essendon is growing in regards to kids, families and the like, and the pressure on our kindergartens is enormous. North Essendon's pretty much at capacity, and Beaver Street is really, really small. So by having these two new purpose-built, these two new purpose-built facilities at the one location, right opposite Eston, Eston High, Eston Keilor College, perfect location, and I'm really excited to be able to see this come to fruition. And it's the perfect time as well, because we are finding year on year that our kindergartens just don't have the capacity, and often, particularly in Essendon, North Essendon, people have to go slightly out of the area because there's just not enough places. So this build here will be very welcomed by the community, and I thank the government for their contribution in putting this forward for us to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Any other councillor? Councillor Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm really pleased to support this motion. This is exactly why I got onto council, as you know, to improve our services. And I think something that I'm sure a lot of other councils would have noticed is the overwhelmingly positive feedback that our maternal and child health service receives, including from other councils. And I've really liked hearing the stories from my colleagues who have used the service over the years. And something that I really hadn't considered is the interaction, which is important in the early months and early years, and some of the bonds and friendships that are formed. We do have a lot of shortage to catch up on, not just the build itself for the kindergarten, but also the maternal and child health, as other councillors have mentioned. But this is a fantastic initiative, and it's bringing together our services in a really logical way. So I'm really happy to support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Any other councillor? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to just add my comments to those already made to say how pleased I am to support this motion. It makes absolute sense, and noting, you know, as Councillor Adams pointed out, that the kindergarten, whilst kindergarten funding is not readily available, but available from the state government, maternal child health service funding is not. And so this contribution is cost effective and cost efficient, and a perfect way for us to expand our offerings in a quality new building to meet the needs of the families in Moonee Valley. I think its central location does make a lot of sense. We can see from the map where the pressures are. I look forward to more projects like this, but absolutely this is a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor? Councillor Isa.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And like my colleagues, I'm also very excited about this project. We've probably all seen the recent media reports about babies not being seen after 8 weeks due to shortages of maternal child health nurses. And these reports highlight the critical health service provided by maternal child health nurses and the need for investment in both nurses and in infrastructure. The importance of expert attention in the first weeks of life can't be overstated. Early intervention for feeding, sleeping, and development issues can save lives, as well as giving children the best chance at a healthy and long life. Both my children have benefited from these visits. One of them was rushed to hospital after one such visit. So certainly I appreciated that visit. In Moonee Valley, as Councillor Adams explained, the map and data in attachment 2 shows that the location of this particular centre is starting to fill that gap where Essendon North, Moonee Ponds appointments tend to be pushed out to other centres. There's still going to be some gaps up further north. Essendon North and Moonee Ponds still doesn't necessarily still some distance, but the opportunity that we have here to maximise the value of the kindergarten facility being built by the state government is one that we should certainly take up, and we certainly thank the state government for their contribution to Moonee Valley families. The other essential component of the health service of maternal child health programs is the new parents groups, and I was hoping to make sure that within the facilities at this new centre there might be able to be some capacity for a room for those new parents groups, for mainly mothers but who attend these in some kind of state of shock really, or bleary desperation, and the supportive friendships that you form in those groups that last forever. They become the villages that raise our children, and they're often formed in those groups. They've been known as mothers' groups in the past, although I did drag Ramsey to some of our sessions where he found the discussions most illuminating. However, I've been told that the size of the facility and the requirements for the indoor and outdoor space don't allow for another room on the site to facilitate parents' groups, although there might be opportunities to make use of other nearby rooms in partnership with the nearby school. So if officers could perhaps continue to keep that in mind and follow up as appropriate, I'd be really grateful. I think that would really add to the project if it was possible. But overall, this is a very welcome project, and I hope all councillors are supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Any other councillor like to speak on this motion? Councillor Adams, would you like to close?
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for all your comments. This is a really exciting project, and it's, as Councillor Tyson said, this is the reason why we come onto council, and this is a really great project that we all should celebrate. So, yeah, I'm excited. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Adams. And I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Now, item at 9.3 on the agenda is the Clock Tower Centre Theatrical Lights upgrade. Now, officers have prepared this report for council to deal with any conflict of interest items prior to item 9.4, which is the 22-23 draft budget, as one councillor had indicated that they had a conflict of interest on this item. Now, the purpose of this report is to meet the requirements of conflict of interest exemptions under the local government, brackets governance and integrity, regulation 2020, sorry, integrity close bracket, regulation 2020, so that councillors are able to vote, as one councillor had indicated, vote the proposed 2022-23 draft budget if they've declared a conflict of interest on one item in the budget, which has now been resolved. Obviously, as Mayor, I want to try to support councillors to be able to contribute to discussions as reasonably possible. Now, Councillor Isa has had, at the start of the meeting, declared a conflict of interest in item 9.3. Councillors, do I have a motion for 9.3? Councillor Tyson.
Mayor, I'd like to move an alternative to the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson.
So I'll read out the motion in its entirety. Council resolves to A, include $295,000 GST exclusive in the draft budget 2022/23 to upgrade the Clock Tower Centre's theatrical incandescent lantern stock to LED, light-emitting diode fixtures. B, change the report title to Resolving Conflict of Interest Items prior to the consideration of the draft budget 2022/23. C, include $325,000 GST exclusive in the draft budget 2022/23 to begin installation up to 70 kilowatts of a 200 kilowatt solar powered system on Ascot Vale Leisure Centre to help reduce council's greenhouse gas emissions. D, include $250,000 GST exclusive in the draft budget 2022/23 for the Ascot Vale Leisure Centre facility improvements. E, includes $60,000 GST exclusive in the draft budget 2022/23 for the Queen's Park pool renewal and improvements. F, increase borrowings by $2 million to fund the design and documentation of a highball stadium in the Quinn Grove precinct, subject to a future council decision on the final Quinn Grove precinct plan report. G, increase borrowings by a further $1 million to fund the design and documentation for the relocation of existing soccer and tennis facilities in the Quinn Grove precinct, subject to a future council decision on the final Quinn Grove precinct plan report.
Okay, and I will ask for a seconder for that motion. Councillor Hodgson. I will ask if there are...
Mayor, can I just, given the motion that's moved is an amendment to what's in the meeting papers, the amendment now gives me a conflict of interest, a general conflict of interest on a number of those items. So I will now take myself out of this discussion while this amended motion is considered.
Thank you, Councillor Nation. Okay, and Councillor Nation has stepped out for this debate. Now, councillors, I have it moved by Councillor Tyson and seconded by Councillor Hodgson. I'm mindful that there are lots of parts to this this motion, and just for clarity, I will, at the end of the motion, separate them into parts to be voted on individually. However, debate on them now as you so choose to. Councillor Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is a bit of an amalgamation of a number of items, as you mentioned. The one I'd like to particularly focus on is the highball stadium in Quinn Grove precinct. This is something that most councillors committed to in their election in 2020. It's gone through a fair bit of a process so far. As you'll note, the motion discusses a future council decision. This is because we're still working through a lot of the particulars of the item, including the precinct plan, getting final cost estimates updated from a previous amount. But we're working through this. As I said, this is an amalgam of quite a few different items, so I won't speak to all of them, and we'll work through them one by one in a pretty complicated process. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. And I just want to note that I seconded this motion as it's a report to resolve conflict of interest so that our councillor colleagues can all participate in the upcoming vote on the budget. So a number of these items from A through to E are items in the draft budget as recommended to us by the officers. F and G come to us new as a council resolution without information in the draft budget and report on that, so that may be reflected in my voting. But in order to, as I said, allow all councillors to fully participate in the budget decision, I'm happy to put forward this motion for us and appreciate voting in parts so that we can consider these items separately.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Would any other councillor like to speak on this motion? Councillor Adams.
Mayor, can I just ask a clarification? When we separate the motion into parts, will there be a chance to speak on each of those parts separately, or is this our only chance?
No, this is the chance. Yep. Okay, continue speaking. Oh, you don't want to speak? Sorry. So that was a point of clarification, not speaking. Gotcha. Sorry, Councillor Adams. Would any other councillor like to speak on this motion? Councillor Adams.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I just want it noted that I'm happy with the inclusion of parts B to E, A to E, which are in the draft budget currently. But I do want to note that parts F and G are in addition to what the officers have I'm very, very keen to see a highball stadium built in Moonee Valley, and like our basketball community, I'm really keen to see the 2 reports and responses that are coming back to council as a result of 2 resolutions that are still outstanding. And because of this, I'm considering not voting voting against F and G being included. So just in the way of background, at the council meeting held on the 12th of October 2021, we resolved to authorise the CEO to continue to investigate potential sites and partnership opportunities. That was the officer's recommendation that we endorsed, and we have had confirmation that we will be receiving a detailed site assessment from officers on possible locations and detailed costings and feasibility. We don't have this information yet. We also, at the council meeting held on the 22nd of February 2022, resolved to commence the next phase of the project plan to progress the final Queen Grove Precinct Plan to council for endorsement by the end of July 2022. This precinct plan will include a detailed cost plan for this precinct. At a high-level summary, in the October 2021 report, the highball stadium estimate at Queen Grove was around $25 million, and in the February 2022 report, the highball estimate was around $45 million. So there's clearly a lot more work that needs to be done in this space, and I know officers are working really hard to investigate all the possibilities and cost implications of each location being considered. So until we receive all of this information, including procurement model options, which is a really important piece of the puzzle, it's just not financially responsible nor good governance, in my opinion, to be flagging borrowings against something we haven't yet made a decision on. So I won't be supporting those parts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Would any other councillor like to speak? Councillor...
Could I just ask a point of clarification? Sorry, Mayor.
Yes.
Can I ask, given that points A to E are reflected in the current draft budget, but points F and G aren't, can I ask, through you to whoever may be able to answer, possibly the CEO, whether the impact of these points F and G being passed in the motion tonight will mean that these are automatically included in the draft budget we'll be considering at item 9.4 on tonight's agenda, or would they need to be moved separately?
Thanks, Councillor Hodgson. I will pass to the CEO for an explanation.
Thank you. Through the chair, because council are making this decision to deal with conflict of interest in the budget discussion, so whatever decision is made is a decision. For clarity, for the items not included in the officer's recommendation, we'll probably recommend to repeat those, just like how we're going to deal with the 9.2 in the budget amendment again to make it complete. But essentially, decision will be made at the end of this report, this item, just like how council made a decision about 9.2 a minute ago. Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson, did that answer your point of clarification?
It does, but it gives rise to another, if that's okay.
Sure.
Just a point of clarification through you, Mayor, of whether should that these be repeated in the budget, in the agenda item to come at 9.4, would a conflict of interest arise for councillors at that time?
CEO?
Sorry, through the chair, Councillor Hodgson, can you please repeat your question?
Of course, sorry. So, should at item 9.4, if these two items are included in this resolution, would a potential conflict of interest arise for councillors present for the item 9.4 with their inclusion as an alternative motion?
Just make sure I understand your questions. Are you asking, for example, a councillor is not here because they declared conflict of interest potentially for F and G. Once, if this is approved, do they need to declare again in 9.4? No, because that will be considered decision already made, then is meet one of the exemption criteria is applicable for budget decision only.
Thank you. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Hodgson? Yeah, I got a point of clarification.
Yeah, point of clarification as well. Mayor, you advised that you would be taking each item line by line.
Yes.
For items where the two councillors not present don't have a conflict of interest, would they be returning for that vote, for that line item?
I believe they will have the option if they wish to return for the vote.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sypek.
Can I say a few words?
Not a point of clarification?
No.
You can say a few words, Councillor Sypek. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I just want to, let me just read out F again. Increase borrowings by $2 million to fund the design and documentation of a highball stadium in Queen Grove Precinct, subject, now that's a very special word there, subject to a future decision on the final Queen Grove Precinct Plan report. So a report's coming back, Madam Mayor. We're not going to be just racing down to the bank tomorrow morning and taking out a cheque for $2 million. We're waiting for a report from council to come back. Waiting for a report on highball. Waiting for a report by the officers. Now, like I said, this is not running down to the bank and getting a cheque. This is a proper way of doing things here. We actually get an officer's report first, and then we decide on it further along. So anybody who is against highball will not be voting for F. Now, I just want to make that crystal clear, Madam Mayor. Then on G, the same thing, increase borrowings by a future $1 million to fund the design and documentation for the relocation of the existing soccer and tennis facilities in Queen Grove Precinct. Subject, now there's that word again, subject to a future council decision on the final Queen Grove Precinct Plan. So, F stands for basketball, highball courts, G stands for soccer. Whoever votes against F and G is against highball basketball stadiums and against soccer, Madam Mayor, and that's made it crystal clear.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Would any other councillor like to speak on this item? Councillor Sharp.
Mayor, can I move or request a minute adjournment? I've just received a text from another councillor seeking clarification on something.
Cannot.
From who? Somebody who's not supposed to be in the meeting?
Just, Councillor Sypek, if you can just hold on one moment, I will just seek governance. Just one moment, Councillor Tyson. Councillors, if we can just wait one moment. Councillor Sypek.
She's got a conflict.
I need that answer. Sorry, Councillor Tyson, just one moment. I'm happy to adjourn the meeting for 1 minute and 1 minute only. Thank you. We'll resume at 7:18.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
had a point of clarification that wasn't that.
It's
sort of-
actually for me to get the governance right, is why I'm adjourning.
No, a different point of clarification, but it's,
So this meeting's adjourned.
Or G?
Oh, prior to the consideration of the draft.
Increase borrowings by $2 million in the draft budget 2022-23, for example.
Oh, I got you.
So in the draft, but the words in
So
the
if
draft
they would-
budget 22-23 are included in B to E.
All right, got you.
They are not included in F to G. I'd like confirmation on that because otherwise I would be happy to move an alternative to include those words draft budget 22.
Point of order, Mayor. Sorry, just I've been informed that the live stream's audio is not working.
That's not a point of order, Councillor Bedio, but thank you for letting us know. I will dismiss that. So, Councillor Sharp, obviously it's not in there, and you're saying if it would be interpreted as though it's meaning for this budget.
No, I'd just like confirmation, that's all.
CEO,
Really? And if it has to be
my
included.
reading of it ideally would be included.
Sorry, I missed the question. Can you please repeat,
So,
Susan
the
Mayor?
point of clarification is, in points B to E, the words draft budget 22-23 are included in those points. In F and G, draft budget 22-23 are not included. Do they need to be included? And if so, I shall move an alternative amendment.
If council resolve to accept F and G, they will be included in the budget draft proposed budget document unless council resolved otherwise.
They won't be
There will be if council resolve as F and G.
without those words draft budget 22-23.
Councillor Sharp, can I suggest, just for clarity's sake, if you would wish to move an amendment
Yeah.
on that one?
Yeah, I'll move an amendment, please, if I can. Just point F, increase borrowings by $2 million in the draft, to add the words in the draft budget 22-23 to fund the design and documentation of a highball stadium in the Quinn Grove precinct, subject to a future council decision on the final Quinn Grove precinct plan report. And G, increase borrowings by a further $1 million in the draft budget 22-23 to fund the design and documentation for the relocation of existing soccer and tennis facilities in the Quinn Grove precinct, subject to a future council decision on the final Quinn Grove precinct plan report.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. That is moved. That amendment is moved. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Sharp, would you like to speak to the amendment?
No, happy with those changes, just for clarity. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Would any other councillor like to speak to the amendment? The amendment only. No, as no one else spoke, I will put that to the vote. Just the amendment to add the words in the draft budget 22-23 into F and G. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. We will now go back to the substantive. Councillor Sharp. Speak? No?
Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment, please.
Thank you.
I'd like to move that for part F of the motion, we take out the words in the Quinn Grove precinct, please.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. That is moved. Do I have a seconder for that motion?
Point of clarification, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Tyson?
I think the councillor said in the final Quinn Grove precinct plan report. I believe the motion says on. Is that correct? Through you, Mayor.
Councillor Adams, can you please
So it
confirm
would
what
read,
you are moving as your amendment in F?
So F would read, increase borrowings by $2 million to fund the design and documentation
Sorry,
of a
in the draft budget 22-23 is now in the substantive.
In the draft budget 22-23 to fund the design and documentation of a highball stadium, comma, subject to a future council decision on the final Quinn Grove precinct plan report.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Does that answer your point of clarification?
Yeah, it does. Thanks,
Thank
Mayor.
you. So that is moved by Councillor Adams. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hodgson, you seconded the substantive, so you cannot second this. Nice try.
Can you please second it?
Councillor Bedio has seconded that amendment. Councillor Adams, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, even if it was for the purpose of debate. Thank you, Councillor Bedio. I'd like to, in this amendment, just address Councillor Sypek's comments about whether somebody, voting against this particular amendment is voting against Highball Stadium. As I stated in my speaking to the motion, I'm really keen to see a Highball Stadium built in Moonee Valley, and that is not the issue here. In its current state, we're actually preempting a decision by allocating funds to Queen Grove.
Excuse me for interrupting. Can I just ask point of order, point of clarification?
Yes.
That is exact same as that. I don't know exactly what has just been seconded, nor do I know exactly what we're voting
So
on.
the line that's struck out, which is in the Queen Grove precinct, that is what
Okay.
the amendment is.
Right, so that's literally just gone up just as I asked for a point of clarification.
And
So,
can I just note, councillors, point of clarifications aren't meant to be occurring when people are talking.
sorry, but I didn't know what I was voting on, so sorry, Mayor.
No, that's okay. Councillor Adams, can you continue, please?
Yeah, thank you. I will support borrowings being increased to fund design and documentation of a Highball Stadium. I'm absolutely in support of that. I'm just not in support of preempting a decision. I just don't think that that is a financially responsible nor good governance process. So that's my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Bedio.
Nothing further to add, Mayor.
Would any other councillor like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Sypek.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we're not, once again, I need a mic, because someone can hear my voice without my mic. Madam Mayor, we're not borrowing. We're not going down the bank and getting a cheque for $2 million. It's the fantastic word here is subject to a future council report. Now, when that report comes, we will be voting then to go and borrow the money, if we borrow the money. Thirdly, Queen Grove is in the Rose Hill ward. So once again, we're taking out any option of the Rose Hill ward. The whole thing was, we've actually had studies, we've looked around, we've actually found that Queen Grove is the best place for this stadium. Why are we now deleting Queen Grove out of the Rose Hill ward? Once again, the Rose Hill ward gets the chop here, Madam Mayor, in the budget process. Well, I will not stand for it. The Rose Hill community will not stand for it, and I think the whole Moonee Valley community and the basketball community won't stand for it.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Would anybody else like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Adams, would you like to close on the amendment? Thanks.
I will, thank you, Mayor. And Councillor Sypek, as I mentioned earlier, at the council meeting held on the 12th of October 2021, we resolved to authorise the CEO to continue investigating potential sites and partnership opportunities. That was the officer's recommendation that we endorsed and is still a live motion. We have not received the information back yet, and so there's lots more information gathering that we need to do in order for us to decide where the Highball Stadium is at. I love the idea of putting it at Queen Grove, but we just haven't had all options.
No, sorry.
Councillor Sypek, I'm speaking.
Point of clarification.
No, you can't actually. I have allowed them for the other moments in the debate, so I will allow this for the last time today. Thanks, Councillor Sypek.
I just want to know the point of clarification, Councillor. I think there's been misleading comments here. Is she for Queen Grove or is she against Queen Grove?
Councillor Sypek, can you please, that is not a point of clarification. What is your point of clarification?
That's the point of clarification. Why
Councillor
is she
Sypek,
saying
I won't
one way
accept that.
she's for
Councillor
Queen Grove?
Sypek, that's enough.
All right.
Councillor Adams, would you like to continue to close?
So maybe I need to repeat myself. On the 12th of October 2021, we resolved to authorise the CEO to continue to investigate potential sites and partnership opportunities. We haven't made a decision yet as to where the Highball Stadium is going. We haven't done our due diligence. We haven't received any information about costings or feasibility or procurement model options. We just don't have all the information at hand, and we are not voting on Queen Grove at the moment. This is not the vote. We're voting on increasing borrowings, and I'm happy to increase borrowings to fund the design and documentation of a highball stadium. That's not the issue. I just don't want to preempt a decision when we are waiting on more information from officers. Simple as that.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Now I will put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams. All those against is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp and Councillor Byrne. That amendment is lost. Now, on the substantive, I have had it moved by Councillor Tyson, seconded by Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Sypek and Councillor Adams have spoken. Would anybody else like to speak to the substantive? No? Councillor Tyson, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mayor. This has obviously been a complicated motion. I think to Councillor Adams' original point, this is probably something I raised a few months ago in terms of, best practice. I don't think it's against rules in any way, but I do take your point because it's something that I had considered previously. Really nothing to add beyond what I've already said. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Now, just for clarity through the CEO, I will be taking these votes separately. Correct, as is? Okay. So, councillors, I will now put to the vote all of these separately as on the board. As Councillor Nation only declared a conflict on B through to G, he will be invited for point A only for the vote. If he chooses to vote. Can I confirm by governance that's correct and that is the advice that we have received? Councillor Nation, we are on 9.3. You have declared a conflict of interest in B through to G. We have received advice that should you wish to, whilst you haven't participated in the debate, you can vote on item A if you choose to, or if you obviously had a conflict for the whole of 9.3, do not have to.
Sorry, can I just ask a point of clarification? I've got no idea what we're moving. I can't see the screen.
Sorry. So what I'm separating the vote for all of the items. So A is that council resolves to include $295,000 in brackets GST exclusive in the draft budget 22-23 to upgrade the Clock Tower Centre's theatrical incandescent lantern stock to LED brackets light emitting diode, I can never say that word, diode, close brackets, fixtures. Now, before I put that to the vote, just confirmation by the CEO and from governance that Councillor Nation can vote on this is the advice that we have received. Yes from the CEO and yes from governance and yes from governance. So, Councillor Nation, whilst you weren't present, are you wanting to vote on this?
Sorry, before we do, I just got another point of clarification. I've been made aware that there was an adjournment and one of the councillors with a conflict of interest was invited back in, but I wasn't. Can someone please specify? I've just been out this whole time, but if there's an adjournment,
Councillor Nation, look, what
I
I
invited back in?
might do from a governance point of view is I might actually adjourn. For people who are watching at home, it's very important that we get this right, as it has to do with 9.4, which is endorsing the draft budget. We obviously have councillors that have conflicts on different items, and we need to make sure that it's fair and consistent. So I will adjourn the meeting again with the idea that we'll come back in approximately 5 minutes' time, just so we can make sure from a governance point of view we are doing everything correctly and that everyone is on the same page. So I'll adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Councillor Nation, if you can stay online, and we'll get Councillor Isa back online so that we all know exactly that it's crystal clear. Thank you. Thank you, and we will be resuming at 7:44. Now, councillors, we were up to the vote, of which we are separating the vote. Now, we know that Councillor Isa has declared on A in this, we have invited Councillor Nation back into the room at this point. Councillor Nation.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, as and I appreciate the point of clarification before, as I haven't been present for the debate, and I think when I declared a conflict, I didn't even necessarily specify the points. I'm probably not comfortable voting on this, even the part that I technically don't have a conflict in. So I will just step back out as per the conflict, and I'll just await to be readmitted when we get to 9.4, please.
Thank you. We'll readmit you at 9.4, Councillor Nation. Thank you. Now, we will continue on. We have 7 people in the chamber at the moment. So I will put to the vote that Council resolves to that's weird wording, that Council resolves to include 295,000 bracket GST exclusive, close bracket in the draft budget 22.
Point of clarification, Mayor. Unfortunately, I didn't actually move it with those first 2 words.
Okay. That Council...
Can I clarify that's correct?
Thank you. That Council... Yes, it's just incorrect on the screen. So, we are putting to vote that Council resolves to include $295,000 open bracket GST exclusive close bracket in the draft budget 2022-23 to upgrade the Clock Tower Centre's theatrical incandescent lantern stock to LED open bracket light emitting diode close bracket fixtures. All those in favour? That is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Adams, Councillor Sharp. All those against? That is Councillor Sypek, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Byrne. Point A is carried. We will now, if she so chooses to, will invite Councillor Isa back into the room. Now, Councillor Isa had declared an item on 9.3A at the start of the meeting, and she has come back into the room now.
Thank you, Mayor. Given that Councillor Nation was allowed to explain his absence, I'd like to explain my presence, which is that we've received legal advice that even though I've declared a conflict of interest in 9.3, it was for the item that has now been decided, and the legal advice has permitted me to enter the room to contribute to the decision making for the remainder of the item on which I do not have a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. So Councillor Isa, we are separating the vote. So we are now going to vote on B, which is that Council resolves to change the report title to resolving conflict of interest items prior to the consideration of the draft budget 22-23. All those in favour? B, that is what I read out. That is Councillor Tyson, Councillor...
Sorry, excuse me. I think I do have a conflict of interest in B. don't have a conflict in C, D, E, F and G, but B is changing the title from something in which I've got a conflict of interest in.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Okay, so Councillor Isa is declaring conflict in B. Okay, so we will now call for the vote again. That Council resolves to change the report title to Resolving Conflict of Interest Items prior to the consideration of the draft budget 2022-23. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously for the 7 councillors that are in the room. We'll now invite Councillor Isa back in for point C. Councillor Isa obviously made a statement before, and she has the conflict of interest for points A and point B. Is that correct? And Councillor Isa, you are now back in the room for the remainder of the votes.
Yes, I don't have a conflict of interest in points C, D, E, F and G, and the advice is that I'm permitted to participate in the voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Okay, so I will now put to the vote that Council resolves to include $325,000 GST exclusive in the draft budget 2022-23 to begin installation, brackets, up to 70 kilowatts, close bracket, of an up 200 kW solar power system on Ascot Vale Leisure Centre to help reduce Council's greenhouse gas emissions. All those in favour? That is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Adams, Councillor Isa, Councillor Byrne. All those against? That is Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Bedio. D, that Council resolves to include $250,000 GST exclusive. Sorry, C was carried. D, that Council resolves to include $250,000 GST exclusive in the draft budget 2022-23 for the Ascot Vale Leisure Centre facility improvements. All those in favour? That is Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Isa. All those against? That is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Byrne. That is lost. Item E, that Council resolves to include $60,000 GST exclusive in the draft budget 2022-23 for the Queen's Park Pool renewal and improvements. I will put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item F, that Council resolves to increase borrowings by $2 million in the draft budget 22-23 to fund the design and documentation of a highball stadium in the Queen Grove precinct, subject to a future Council decision on the final Queen Grove precinct plan. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Byrne. All those against? That is Councillor Adams and Councillor Isa. That item is carried. G, that Council resolves to increase borrowings by a further $1 million in the draft budget 2022-23 to fund the design and documentation for the relocation of existing soccer and tennis facilities in the Queen Grove precincts, subject to a future Council decision on the final Queen Grove precinct plan report. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Byrne. All those against? Councillor Adams and Councillor Isa. That motion is carried. That is 9.3. Now, councillors, we will invite Councillor Nation back in. However, I understand that governance are required now to do something. Is that, can I just get an indication from governance they need to fix some wording? Yes, so we will I will adjourn is the word I'm looking for. Adjourn this debate. Councillor Nation, we have finished item 9.3, but I'll be adjourning the debate as governance are required to do something and need to make sure that they're on ready to go for item 9.4, and we'll be resuming in at around 8 p.m. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back, everyone. We are reopening the meeting at 8:09. Just for clarification on item 9.3, when we broke the budget, when we broke it down, one of the motions was D, that council resolves to include $250,000 GST exclusive in the draft budget 2022-23 for the Ascot Vale Leisure Centre facility improvements. That was lost on the casting vote of the Mayor. So we will continue on to 9.4, which is budget 22-23. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Bedio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd wish to move the officer's recommendation with some additions.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio.
An additional point G, note as per Council Resolution 9.2, bracket C, Council has resolved to allocate $450,000 towards the proposed state government kindergarten development at number 2 to 4 McCracken Street, Essendon, for the purpose of including 2 maternal and child health suites. H, note as per Council Resolution 9.3D, Council has resolved to exclude $250,000 GST exclusive from the draft budget 2022-2023 for the Ascot Vale Leisure Centre facility improvements. I, note as per Council Resolution 9.3, brackets F, Council has resolved to increase borrowings by $2 million in the draft budget 2022-2023 to fund the design and documentation of a highball stadium in the Queen Grove precinct, subject to a future council decision on the final Queen Grove precinct plan report. J, note as per Council Resolution 9.3, brackets G, Council has resolved to increase borrowings by a further $1 million and in the draft budget 2022-2023 to fund the design and documentation for the relocation of existing soccer and tennis facilities in the Queen Grove precinct, subject to a future council decision on the final Queen Grove precinct plan report. Additional point K, allocate $250,000 towards the development and implementation of the Arts and Culture Plan in 2022-2023. And an additional point L, allocate $400,000 towards electronic scoreboards and timekeeper boxes.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. That is moved. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Bedio, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Sypek. The budget is an essential planning and resource tool that financially reflects and enables the delivery of Council's strategic plans, as well as the ongoing operational requirements to fund the services our community depends on. The draft budget for 2022-2023 sets out the expected income and expenditure for operational, strategic and capital activities for the coming year, and also incorporates Council's rating strategies. As councillors, one of the most important decisions that we make across our term is the annual budget, and we have a duty to our community to responsibly manage Council's financial position. As such, there has been a significant amount of work put into this draft budget from both officers and councillors, and I'd like to extend my gratitude to my colleagues and officers for the diligent work on this to date. I've moved that as part of the budget consultation that additional funds be allocated to the draft budget to support the implementation of the Arts and Culture Plan in the upcoming financial year. Significant work has already gone into the development of this plan, which is a cornerstone of this council's 4-year strategic plan that we as a group have resolved and endorsed, and I want to ensure that funds are made available so that this strategy doesn't just end up buried in a pile with other long-lost master plans and strategic documents. There's no denying that compared to most other metropolitan councils, Moonee Valley is severely lacking in all facets of the arts, from performance through to street art through to live music. We need to do better as a council to deliver on arts and culture by enabling external investment and delivering for our whole community, not just children and families. I'm confident that the Arts and Culture Plan is a key to making Moonee Valley a more exciting place to live, work and visit. As such, I hope that my colleagues can support this alternative. At this stage, we are only endorsing the budget to be gazetted for community consultation. I'm looking forward to hearing our community's feedback, as well as considering any additional submissions that members of the public might have as part of the budget submissions process. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Councillor Sypek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank the CEO and the officers for putting a lot of time in the background to bringing this budget together. Secondly, the consultants that we've used to put this budget together. And thirdly, I'd like to thank my colleagues here around the table for putting this budget together so that it can go out for community consultation. Now, this is just a draft budget, and there still could be minor changes, but I think the one component that we don't have in this budget right now is the community input. So we are out looking for community input into this budget, and hopefully once that's ascertained, and then we'll have a beautiful alchemy of all the groups that are involved with this budget, and hopefully we'll have then the proposed budget, and we will then vote on it, and hopefully we can get things cracking on the 1st of July. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Would anybody else like to speak on this motion? Councillor Isa.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment, please, to remove points I and J.
Points I and J, yes. J. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Adams. Councillor Isa, would you like to speak to the motion?
Mayor, can I just ask a point of clarification through the chair, if possible?
Yes.
Through the chair to the relevant officer, as I declared a conflict in 9.3 and it's been dealt with, am I okay to consider this amendment even though it's a change to what the 9.3 resolution was?
I will put this through to the CEO.
My understanding is yes, because it was approved as a prior report, so meets the exemption criteria for the budget consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, CEO. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So moved Councillor Isa, seconded Councillor Adams. Councillor Isa.
Just waiting for the clock to reset, Mayor, if that's okay, because I'm not quite sure how long I have.
Can we just reset the clock, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, the previous motion was quite confusing, I think, for councillors, and I'm sure it was confusing for people at home as well. So I want to apologise for confusion caused by that. It was I guess I was also quite disappointed in the end to be shut out of the room for any debate on this really significant addition to the budget. And that wasn't, so yeah, I apologise for all of the confusion surrounding that. Look, I came to council wanting, amongst many things, to build a highball stadium. The costs in the report last October were $20 million plus, and the costs associated with Quinn Grove have escalated to over $45 million as reported in the report to council on the 22nd of February. This project is in the long-term capital works plan for beyond 2030. But between February and now, we've been provided with confidential information about the affordability of bringing forward the $45 million plus project. This is what we've been told Quinn Grove will cost in terms of from the 22nd of February report. So I can only speak now to the figures in the public domain. But in the current draft, the forecast is that we will have $76 million of borrowings by 2025-26. And this is to fund capital works. We know that we can't be more than 60% of our rates revenue in debt. So if rates are forecast to be $143 million but in 25-26, we can't have more than $86 million in accumulated debt. This caps our borrowing capacity such that we can only borrow about $30 million more on top of the planned borrowings if we want to build the highball stadium in the next 5 years. The report that came to us on the 22nd of February this year told us that the Quinn Grove precinct plan will cost upwards of $45 million. So we can only borrow another $30 million. So where does the extra $15 to $20 million come from? Now, I've spent the afternoon looking for the missing $20 million. The only options are further cuts or further revenue. We cut another $20 million from our already butchered capital works program. The responsible thing here to do is to cap the project at $25 or $30 million if maxing out on our borrowings is considered responsible. But I'm not even sure I want my legacy at Moonee Valley to be burdening the municipality with maximum debt possible. But unless we cut services, other capital projects or magic up $20 million in grants or lottery winnings, we won't be able to complete all elements of Quinn Grove. That may mean that soccer and tennis and recreation and sustainability elements are lost. So my position tonight, and I'd ask for another minute extension, please, Mayor, is that we need to
Councillor Isa, I'll be consistent, give everyone 30 seconds.
We need to spend next 6 weeks working out how we can build an affordable highball stadium so that our community is not left with crippling debt or with half-finished projects. And we have money to deliver the mundane services and works people rightly expect, as well as capital works to support other endeavours, whether it be soccer, tennis, the arts, the climate, children's services, so many things. Our community rightly expects us to make promises we can keep. If we promise them tonight plans, albeit only at $3 million for plans for Quinn Grove Precinct, we are making a false promise because it is not something we can deliver. We need to wait until detailed costings come back to us and not be premature. We would need to work out what we can afford and progress these elements.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. And again, I will reiterate my comments that I made in the previous item. I'm very keen to see a highball stadium built in Moonee Valley, as I think all councillors are. I think that's undisputed. But we are waiting on some responses to some resolutions that are still outstanding. Namely the council meeting that was held on the 12th of October, where we resolved to authorise the CEO to continue to investigate potential sites and partnership opportunities. And also at the council meeting held on the 22nd of February, where we resolved to commence the next phase of the project plan to progress the final Quinn Grove precinct plan to council for endorsement by the end of July 2022, where we will receive the precinct plan with a detailed cost plan for the precinct, which we just don't have that information at hand. There's clearly a lot of work that needs to be done in this space, and I know officers, as I said before, are working really hard to investigate all the possibilities and cost implications of each location being considered. So until we receive all the information, including procurement model options, which is a very important piece of the puzzle, I don't feel it's financially responsible nor good governance or good process to be flagging borrowings against something we haven't yet made a decision on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Would anybody else like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Nation.
Mayor, look, I'm just going to step out while this amendment is finalised, just because in the debate from mover and seconder, there's obviously a fair bit of information that relates to this matter, and I've consistently declared a conflict throughout. So I don't think I can make a decision on this because I haven't read said information or been involved in discussions in the chambers. And I think that those provisions, which took us a while to get through with 9.3, potentially are more so if the budget's moved as a whole, but now we're looking at the specific items and in particular specific items that have declared a conflict. I'm just going to step out. So once a vote is taken on this amendment, if Commons could get me back in, that would be most appreciated. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Nation, I'll have it that you've left the meeting at 8:22. Now, would anyone else like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor. I take offence to comments stating that this council is not going to finish a job that we start. I take offence to the comments that we are going to leave a crippling debt for this council to contend with in years to come. That is unfactual and unwarranted and unhelpful comments that really, as a group of adults, 9 adults sitting around this table, have to be subjected to those comments when we are dealing with millions of ratepayers' funds. None of us, all of us are elected to represent our community, and the longest standing councillors would understand that highball has been bandied around this chamber for probably the last 15 years. Certainly, this is my 14th year. Councillor Sypek's been longer than me, and to have a councillor state that that they want to, like, the references made to debt and everything like that, it's unwarranted. It really is. We're here to make decisions. We all apparently understand that we need a highball facility in Moonee Valley. And you know what? This is the first council, the first council term, this is my fourth council term, where we've actually taken the bull by the horns and trying to get something done. Those comments are a kick in the guts to the Mayor, who's working extremely hard behind the scenes to get the plan come to fruition at Queen Grove. We've already had, to say we haven't had information, we've had a lot of information already given to us about potential sites. It's already been explained to us on more than one occasion that this is the best site for it. So we can sit on our hands for another 5 years and do nothing, but at the end of the day, from what I can understand, councils are fully aware that people in our community want this to happen. Our sporting clubs need this to happen. Yet we have councillors referring to 9 of us going to put Moonee Valley in this crippling debt situation. It is disgusting, and I'm not going to be put. I just can't believe things like this happen around this chamber. At the end of the day, we still have to work out the plan for Queen Grove, and that's clearly what we've endorsed. But at the end of the day, we need to show our community that we are actually going to get on with this job that we have committed to, that a number of councillors made the commitment to at the elections, that we were going to look at this, and we are looking at by putting a financial commitment to get something done.
Councillor Sharp, did you require more
No,
time?
thank you, Mayor.
Thank you,
Point of
Councillor Sharp.
clarification, Mayor.
Thank you.
Through you to the CEO. CEO, can you please confirm that we are going to be receiving a detailed site assessment from officers and on possible locations and detailed costings and feasibility following the
Councillor Adams, can I just say 44.2 is a point of clarification, should be limited to the facts and should not seek opinions of members of council staff beyond what is expressed in a report, but may seek clarifications of facts related to notice of motion or urgent business.
this information was in the report. What do you mean?
Budget report?
Oh, in the budget report.
Did you still have a point of clarification, Councillor Adams?
No.
Okay. Would anybody else like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Sypek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, I won't be disclosing any confidential information because I think it's not right to do it in a public forum. But this is going to be the third time tonight that I say the word subject to. This is a report subject to a future council report presented by the officers. Subject to, let me say it again, subject to. So there's no decisions being made here. We are not going to drive we're not going to drive our debt through the roof. We are not Kazakhstan, Madam Mayor. I mean, we're not going to be going to that situation. But the essence of this, of item I and item J are, you're either for highball stadiums or you're against. With J, you're either for soccer or you're against soccer. That's the question we have to ask ourselves. And like Councillor Sharp said, we've been banting this around, this highball, forever and a day around this council. Now, we either bite the bullet and get a report subject to a future report, or we don't. You're either for basketball or against it. You're either for soccer or you're against it. Simple as that.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Would anybody else like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. There's a fair bit of superlative language going on around the chambers, and I'll try and just keep mine a bit more moderate. The way I see this, I do understand Councillor Sypek's comments that this is subject to a future report. I also do understand and appreciate Councillor Adams and Councillor Iser's comments about being able to set an expectation for our community about what we'll be doing with ratepayer money in the coming, year is what this draft budget is going to determine, and 4-year forecast a bit more broadly. It's a really difficult decision to make, and I do note that this is about putting the draft budget out for consultation. For me, it's really important that our community have an opportunity to make comment on what we might resolve for this budget. I don't take this lightly. I do think that there's a lot of consideration and a lot more information that we require before we can make a really, multi-million-dollar decision like moving the construction of a highball stadium forward from its forecast 2033 build. But I do also really want to make sure that we're giving the community the opportunity to make comment on the potential to increase borrowings for that purpose, and what that might look like for the long-term financial sustainability and future of this council. I suppose I'll just leave my comments there. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Would any other councillor like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Bedio.
Thanks, Mayor. I understand both sides of the debate in this instance. I guess where my head is at is we know this is a project that the community wants and they have asked for. Noting, what Councillor Sypek did state, it is subject to a future council decision, and obviously the cost estimates are based on us as council fully investing in the project and delivering it ourselves. But in order for us to seek state or federal funding, potentially look at other funding alternatives, we need to get the ball rolling first. We need to get the detailed designs out there so that we can get investors, we can get grant opportunities. So for that reason, I'm happy to get the ball rolling, and so I'd be happy to. I'm kind of keen to leave this in the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Councillor Tyson, did you wish to speak, as you're the only one who hasn't as yet? Okay, Councillor Iser, do you wish to close?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm for basketball and I'm for soccer. I'm not for crippling debt, and I'm happy to use those words because on page 23 of the budget, which is what we're voting on tonight, we're voting on a draft budget, and on page 23 it outlines the forecast of borrowings that are set out until 25-26, and they're the figures that I've referred to tonight, and they set out that our accumulated debt after those years will be $76 million. And we know all of the rest that I've said before flows from that. So it's the information in our budget papers that tell us if we are going to do a project that we know from February is $45 million plus from the report, the public domain report. If we're going to do that project, we have to find $45 million. It doesn't just fall out of the sky, and we're going to need to borrow some or to cut $45 million or 50, whatever it is, because it's $45 million plus of capital works or services or whatever to find that money. So I'm not talking from a lack of facts, I'm talking from facts, and I'm not talking in hyperbole, I'm talking in reality. We also have confirmation that we'll be receiving a detailed site assessment from officers on possible locations and detailed costings and feasibility, and it's this information that we need before we commit through this budget process to commit to a project that we don't have the detail for. Now, I'd be very happy to look at borrowings in a broader way around for sporting facilities that didn't commit us to something that we don't have the details on. We're also going to, yes, I'd like to ask for another 30 seconds, please. We're also going to receive procurement model options for the relevant sites. What this decision means is that we can't do $45 million plus of capital works that are currently set out in our long-term capital works plan. These might be things like the Strathmore Children's Centre or the Avondale Heights Precinct or the Nidri Hub or other sports pavilions. $45 million plus of capital work projects that we won't be able to do, that some of us also said that we wanted to do. We have to find a way to do highball in an affordable way, and we can't afford what's being proposed at the moment. We can only afford something to a $25 to $30 million cap.
Thank you. I will put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Isa and Councillor Adams. All those against? That is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Byrne. That amendment is lost. Would anyone else like to speak on this item?
Mayor, I'd like to move another amendment, please.
Yes, Councillor Isa?
I'd like...
Sorry, we've got Councillor Nation back as well.
He may or may not wish to...
Maybe move your amendment, and Councillor Nation, we'll refer back to you if you wish to leave again.
Sorry, Councillor Nation. I would like to move that we remove point H from the motion, please. That's the note as per Council Resolution 9.3D. Council's removed to exclude $250,000, etc., from the draft budget for the Ascot Vale Leisure Centre facility improvements.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. So moved. Councillor Nation, will you...
I'll just wait to see if there's a second and then I'll drop out.
Yes, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hodgson. So that is moved Councillor Isa, seconded Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Isa, would you like to speak on this?
Thanks, Mayor. And again, I wasn't able to be present in the last item for the debate on these items. So I guess some apologies for needing to go through this process to be able to speak to the items that I think are important for our budget. The items that were isolated for the previous item were all items related to pool infrastructure, Queen's Park Pool, Ascot Vale Leisure Centre, etc. These items tend to be rolling items through each budget because our pools are quite costly to maintain and upkeep, and to make sure that they are healthy and appropriately fitted out for the activities that we provide for our community. Now, I perhaps might ask for a point of clarification just to check on this at this moment, Mayor. Perhaps if an officer might be able to outline what the $250,000 might be going towards. If that's not possible, it doesn't matter, because I don't know what extent is the normal maintenance that we have to do. There's always a budget figure.
Sorry, Councillor Isa, are you asking a point of clarification?
Yes, I'll ask the point of clarification, but I'm just making sure that officers know that if they're not able to provide the information, I perfectly understand that.
I'll pass that through to the CEO.
Thank you. I will refer to Director Service Delivery, Ben Harris, to respond. Thank you. Through the Chair.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I understand the scope of works involves civil cost to upgrade power and structural works to accommodate a lift install, upgrades to digital signage, upgrades to the reception foyer, upgrades to the little library that's being renovated in the centre, and minor plant and equipment upgrades. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Isa, you can continue.
Thanks very much to the officer for that information. Look, it sounds like some of that information, some of that expenditure is quite essential, whether it's the plant and equipment expenditure or a lift to provide for accessibility, I certainly don't want to see those things cut from the budget. Whether or not there are some other savings possible, whether some of the additions around the reception area or the library, whether they're essential for this budget, perhaps that's more negotiable. But I certainly don't want to see the money cut from the budget that will make sure that the centre can operate in a healthy, responsible and functional and accessible way for the users of our swimming pools. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologies. I might just start by also seeking a point of clarification through you to the relevant person who might be able to answer. In our information provided by officers, categories were assigned to the budget line items. Stop me if I'm...
What's your point of clarification,
My point of clarification is, what's the definition of budget category 4?
What page number are you referring to, Councillor Isa? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hodgson.
So, and this is where it's, I'm not sure if it is from the report, my apologies, because it may be just a background working, so no.
Is it a public report, Councillor Hodgson?
No, sorry.
Did you still wish to ask the point of clarification?
No, thank you.
Would you like to speak on the motion, Councillor Hodgson?
Thank you. Just to reiterate the points that Councillor Isa's made, that there are, regular renewals that are required for managing and maintaining our assets, and I understand that this line item in the budget is one of those that has been recommended by officers as really quite important to the ongoing maintenance and upkeep of our assets. So I would support this amendment, which seeks to keep that in the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Would anybody else like to? Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Isa and Councillor Hodgson, for your comments. I guess I just wanted to explain to people listening at home that to get to this point of a draft budget where we have officers have worked really, really hard to slash some costs in our long-term capital works, and as part of that process had to prioritise works that needed to be done. And what Councillor Hodgson, I guess, is referred to is the process where officers have had to prioritise operational, or not operational spend, but capital works spend that is essential for the upkeep of our assets. And it also speaks to our asset plan, which we are also moving tonight as part of this budget process, that the purpose of which is to make sure that we have transparency around asset value and performance, and making sure that we have make decisions around our assets so that we can upkeep and maintain, our assets to their optimal function. And I think when we don't listen to our officers for recommendations of certain assets that need to be kept, then we potentially are going to face greater costs in the future if we don't maintain those assets. And so the $250,000 is part of the draft budget that was also recommended by officers, and I don't want to see those sort of essential costs for maintaining an asset taken out, because I know that there's good reason for these costs to be included in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Would any other councillor like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot of scaremongering going on tonight. $250,000 allocated that was taken out of the draft budget in the previous recommendation for the Ascot Vale Leisure Centre I don't know how many of us around the table have been down to Ascot Vale Leisure Centre frequently, but we recently as a council spent quite a few $1 million down there on refurbishments, including the front foyer and the cafe area and everything like that. So if we don't spend $250,000 there this year, I'm sure it is something that is going to be able to be deferred until next year, considering the amount of money that we've spent in previous years. And probably only existing or re-elected councillors understand that, because we've been around to see and to understand how much money we've put in the budget for these community centres and various things and the like over the years. So, and often, every single year, money is allocated to all of our centres in relation to just maintaining our assets. But over the last number of years, we have spent quite a lot at Ascot Vale, and I can assure you that we've also done the front foyer and things like that, and that was included in some of the lists there that was read out by the director. So, yeah, I'm quite comfortable with our previous decision on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Would any other councillor like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Isa, would you like to close?
Thanks, Councillor Sharp. Look, I know that I might be mistaken for a new councillor, but I've been in this game for over 15 years. So I can also just look at the figures in front of me here, which are the figures that I pulled out of the 2018 to this year's budget, where I can see that Ascot Vale Leisure Centre has had $150,000 spent on it in 18-19, $150,000 in 19-20, $164,000 in 2021, and $160,000 in 21-22. Now, the increase from 165 or so, or 160, sorry, to 250, it does sound like there might be some fat that could be eliminated from that, and that we could do that by putting the 250 back in, and then at the final budget perhaps shaving some of that off. But every year there has been at least $150,000 put into the budget for the maintenance of a swimming facility that costs money. And if there is no money in the budget to maintain the swimming facility, it will become unhealthy, unusable, and will cost us more the following year. So yes, there has been money put into the maintaining the facility every year, and that's because it needs to, it can't just operate for 12 months without a maintenance budget. So I don't, I don't know that the full 250 is necessarily needed, but as I said, I think we should put this back in now, and perhaps over the next 6 weeks we can perhaps pare some of that money, shave some of that money off to bring it back to the regular 165 or so that it does need for us to maintain a facility for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. I will put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Isa. All those against is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Byrne. That motion is lost on the casting vote of the Mayor. We are back to the substantive. Would anybody like to speak to the substantive motion? And we have Councillor Nation back in the room.
Point of clarification, Mayor. Outcome of the amendments that I missed, please.
They were both amendments is lost. The substantive is still as you have seen previously.
Thank you, Mayor.
Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Councillor Hodgson.
Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment, please.
Yes, Councillor Hodgson.
For an additional point, JKM, to read, allocate $300,000 for a community climate emission reduction reserve.
Just wait for that to come up onto the screen. Is everyone okay with what governance? Can I just get a nod that you have the wording? Yep. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Isa. Councillor Hodgson, would you like to speak to that motion?
Thanks, Mayor. I spoke earlier about really wanting to flag intention to our community in putting this budget out for consultation, and the budget, includes some important line items in there about emission reduction, and that goes towards council reducing its own emissions, and also towards meeting our tree canopy target with additional tree planting. But I think it's really important that in reaching a balance to deliver for our community across all aspects of the things we want to see achieved, that we don't take a backward step. And I know that we have very recently had come to the chamber the allocation of funds in the community emission reduction reserve that we included in the last budget, and there were more projects that need funding than we had money allocated to fund. So I am moving this as an inclusion in our draft budget, as an appeal, I suppose, to my colleagues to support the continued investment in delivering the recommendations of that report that we had commissioned, and also to flag the intentions to our community that we continue to take seriously our leadership role in this space in supporting the community to reduce emissions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Isa.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you very much, Councillor Hodgson, for moving the motion. One of the things that I have been a bit concerned about with the budget, as colleagues would perhaps know, as we've sat through, 6 or 8 or so budget briefings, is the alignment of the budget with the council plan, which we put so much work into last year. And one of the things that is really central to the council plan for me is the emphasis that we've put on reduction of our community climate emissions through the as something that we really want to reach our targets on as best we possibly can, even though we know that that's an enormous challenge. So I do think that this budget needs some more funding for community emissions, because at the moment we don't have any funding in this budget to help community reduce the emissions, which we know are 95% or 97%, in fact, of our emissions across Moonee Valley, our greenhouse gas emissions across Moonee Valley. I'm just going to flag that I am probably going to move an amendment following this to perhaps just indicate that we perhaps treat these additional items not so much as inclusions into this draft budget right now, but things that we might like to consider over the consultation period. But I'll speak to that in a moment. For now, I'm very, very supportive of us trying to test with our community whether they agree that some more money towards community missions would be a positive contribution to this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Would any other councillor like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm conscious that we're just about to put our draft budget out to consultation and inviting public submissions. And at the moment, I think, after all these amendments, we have a small amount of money to allocate to public submissions, and I just don't want to support further amendments that are going to reduce the pool of money that we have for community requests and potentially put us in a deficit that will be very difficult, put us in a deficit out in our draft budget that will be really difficult at budget time to reconcile and negotiate any good community outcomes. In principle, I won't be supporting this, as I feel it's unfair on our community and just totally against the spirit of a budget consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Would any other councillor like to speak on this? Councillor Tyson.
I will be supporting this motion. I'd like to note Councillor Adams' previous comments about the financial viability. I will be moving amendments to reduce the amounts in here to provide a larger surplus.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Any other councillor? Councillor Bedio.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll happily support this motion. This amendment. I also just wanted to comment on Councillor Adams' comments, because I do agree to some extent that the community expects us to be fiscally responsible, as I stated when I moved the initial budget, the draft budget motion just before. However, I think in the sense that this isn't our full budget, this is the draft budget, and the purpose is to take this to the community to see what they think. Some feedback, it's all good. The purpose is to take it out to the community to see what their views are. I think putting forward all options so that we can make an informed decision when we move the substantive budget, I think is a responsible thing to do. So I'm happy to support Councillor Hodgson and support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Any other councillor? Councillor Nation.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, in principle, I'm happy to support this amendment. My reservation would be that I think Councillor Hodgson did use the words, and sorry, I don't have the exact amendment text in front, that she said community climate emissions reduction reserve. Yeah. So my issue is that last meeting we allocated $220,000 with the idea that it was going to be a community climate emissions reduction reserve and measures to reduce community emissions, but over half that money was spent on putting solar panels or looking at putting solar panels on council-owned buildings. So they're things that I think we could have done through our own either operational or CapEx budget, and that would have enabled an allocation of more funds to community initiatives, either be it community-led initiatives or measures that are going to reduce community emissions and not just things council could do anyway. So I'm happy to support this on merit, but I will put on record that I think we really need to ensure that this is not just putting solar panels on council buildings or doing things we're already doing, but actually look at how we can assist our community to reduce their carbon footprint in a way of, and sorry, I can't see the time, so I've got no idea what time's left, in a way of reducing their emissions outside of all the great work that council is doing.
Thank you, Councillor Nation. Any other councillor? Councillor Hodgson, would you like to close?
Thanks, Mayor. I do just have a little running tally next to me on how much of a surplus in the Capital Works program we might end up with in order to allow room for budget submissions from the community. As it stands without the amendment passed, we're at 505k is my understanding, just for those councillors across the around the chambers. So if this amendment should pass, there would still be 205,000 to respond to community submissions. Thank you.
Can I just ask a point of clarification on that, Mayor? Because my addition is completely different from that.
We might ask as a point of clarification where it's available through the CEO, if the numbers can quickly be added up just to make sure we can vote appropriately.
Amendment. German.
CEO, do you require an adjournment?
Chair, if I add whatever until N, without N is 505. So before N is 505.
For M is 505.
Yeah, until L.
Thank you, CEO.
Oh, point of clarification, because can I just read out? So we had the rates surplus, and then we had to take out 450,000 for the MCH, less 250,000 for arts and culture, unless that's coming out of operational.
No.
Less 400 for scoreboards, leaves
Sorry, Councillor Sharp, just one moment.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
We started with 1.355
Yeah,
million,
yeah.
and then 450 taking out, correct?
Less 250 for arts and culture,
Correct.
less 400 for scoreboards,
Yes.
comes to 255,000 left.
Adding on the
And
250.
add back 250,000 of Escobar
Yep.
Leisure Centre.
Cool. I didn't do that, thank you.
Thank you for that point of clarification. So we're all on the same page. So thank you. We were just about to put the amendment for M as on the screen to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Nation, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Isa, Councillor Byrne. All those against? This is Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp and Councillor Adams. That amendment is carried. Would anybody like to speak on the substantive? Councillor Tyson. Councillor Isa.
Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment, please. Amendment N, that reads, during the budget consultation period, consult with Maribyrnong Park users and stakeholders about the current budget allocations for a modular change room and whether stakeholders would prefer instead to reallocate the $130,000 funding for Maribyrnong Park modular change facility and incorporate the previously announced $100,000 state government grant for the completion of detailed designs and stakeholder consultation for a new pavilion at Maribyrnong Park to cater for 2 ovals, all genders and abilities, and potentially mental health facilities pending further discussions with other levels of government, noting funding for construction would depend on future budget decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Isa, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thanks, Mayor. This motion doesn't alter the draft budget in any way. It just seeks to flag some further consultation with stakeholders for Maribyrnong Park to make sure that, so following the decision of the 15th of March, I think there might have been an expectation that the modular change room would be provided for the 2023 season. Obviously, the draft budget only includes $130,000 for design and other preparatory work for the modular, so that the modular won't be available within this financial year, and that's now this is the first that the stakeholders have would have been aware of that. So I just wanted to use this consultation period to check in with the stakeholders to make sure that what's planned following the March 15th decision is going to work for them, or whether in fact, because one of the consequences of that is that the grant that was announced by the state government, which was to be put towards a pavilion, won't be available for the pavilion anymore. And so I just wanted to check in with the stakeholders to make sure that they didn't want to seek potentially to reassign the funding towards designs for a pavilion, given the new information about the extended time period that they'll be waiting for a modular. The reference to the mental health facilities, look, I know Headspace has been mentioned as something that's receiving federal funding. My intention in this amendment is not to necessarily direct something towards Headspace, but look, sport and mental health go very well together. They're a really complementary set of targets that council might want to put some funding towards. And so some sort of facility that also caters for mental health, not necessarily through a Headspace sort of facility, but it could be through a number of different other partnerships, potentially would attract some state or federal funding and would help go towards the construction of something that could be could service dual uses in our municipality. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor Isa. Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to support this amendment, as I think hopefully I've made clear tonight that my intention in adopting this draft budget is to maximise the opportunity we have by going out to consultation to get our budget right for this year. So happy to support the inclusion of some additional line of questioning to make sure that we're getting the not insignificant spend in this budget for Maribyrnong Park and for all other items, that we're getting it right. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor on this amendment? Councillor Bedio.
Thanks, Mayor. I can definitely appreciate the sentiment, I guess, in the cost-saving element of this amendment. I'm just thinking back to myself as a high school kid who I did seek out, support for mental health when I was younger, and it just doesn't feel comfortable for me it wouldn't have been comfortable for me to go to my local football club at the time to get that mental health support. And I can only imagine that other kids might feel the same. Not to say anything bad about the football club or anything, but there obviously is not much more to say other than that just something doesn't really sit right with me on that. I think that locations for mental health support should be places that are easily accessible, should be places that aren't really related to anything else, some places that people can go discreetly. And my worry is that Maribyrnong Park wouldn't necessarily be that location. So for that reason, I can't support this. I do appreciate the sentiment from councillors, however. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Would any other councillor like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Nation.
Thanks, Mayor. And look, I'll probably echo Councillor Bedio's sentiments, in particular the second half of the amendment that's before us, the reference to potential mental health facilities, and again appreciate the sentiment. But I think probably given our struggle to attract funding for a headspace at this stage would mean that there probably isn't an endless flow of federal funds into our area, particularly in the field of mental health. So I would be more conscious of ensuring that any ask we put on a level of government for mental health funding is specifically for a designated mental health facility, be it Headspace or another, rather than offsetting some of the cost of a pavilion. I would also echo Councillor Bedio's sentiments that probably this location, not only is it not that accessible by public transport, and it's, we often, say, people say that about the incinerator, and this is nearby, that it's hard to get to. It's not right at a train station. If you're coming from Upper Strathmore, it's probably a bus and a train and a bus. But also, footy clubs have done a great deal of work in terms of making them inclusive spaces, but they still are quite intimidating spaces, and that's just the nature of the beast of what a football club is, being a competitive team sport orientated environment, particularly for LGBTIQA plus youth who are considerably more likely to seek help for mental health support. I think the 2022 or 2021 statistics were 63.8% of LGBTIQA plus young people aged 14 to 21 reported have ever been diagnosed with a mental health condition. And we know that mental health in LGBTIQ youth is an extremely big issue, and that's echoed through the reports on self-harm and even the figures of suicidality amongst young, particularly male members of the LGBTIQA plus community. So appreciate the sentiment, but I just think any effort put into establishing or seeking funding for mental health facilities, support, we really need to target a specific ask in a specific location and that funding would hopefully be used specifically for that purpose and not helping offset the costs of any other services. So for that reason, I won't be able to support this amendment. And again, apologies, I don't have a clock, so if I have gone over my speaking time, I apologise, I can't see how long I've spoken for. Thanks, Mayor.
I don't know if you're taking the mickey there, Councillor Nation, but there was 1 second left on the clock there, so you're either impeccable with timing or you might have something in the corner. Anyhow, thank you, Councillor Nation. Now, would anybody else like to speak on this amendment? No. Councillor Isa, would you like to close?
Thanks, Mayor. The matters that have been spoken about to negate this motion, I feel, are exactly the reasons that there should be support for this amendment. Stigma related to mental health is the very reason for trying to put things more centrally to make sure that people know that it is okay to seek help for mental health issues, making it more normalised to seek help and talk about mental health issues. Connecting it to sport does that beautifully, and I've seen so many clubs in our municipality manage to work with their players and help them to connect the dots between their mental health and their well-being and sport. And so I think that the issues that have been spoken of are very real issues. They do exist. Stigma is the stigma related to seeking help for mental health and for LGBTIQA plus communities, very real issues. All the more reason for us to try to make sure that it's a normalised part of our community. That's a very small part of this amendment anyway. The amendment is around seeking specific consultation with the park users around the use of the funds for the modular, given the 12-month minimum delay for the modular that came out of that 15th of March motion. So, look, it doesn't really matter if the amendment's voted down. There's no reason why the Maribyrnong Park users and stakeholders can't still think about whether the budget allocation, and I'll just ask for 30 more seconds, please, think about whether the budget allocation works or whether they want to negotiate something a little bit differently and make a submission in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. I will put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Isa. All those against? That is Councillor Nation, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Byrne. That motion is lost. Now, councillors, I have been lenient on extra time. I will now be sticking completely to the time and not granting any more extensions. Councillor Nation, for you, would you like me to give you an indication when you have 30 seconds to go? Sure. Okay. Now, where are we at?
Mayor, I have one further amendment, please.
Thank you, Councillor Isa.
I'd like to amend the motion at the top that reads that Council resolves, and then in point A, to put the stem of to adopt in point A and to adopt in point B.
You can just wait 1 second. We might just get the screen to scroll down. Have you sent this one through to governance, Councillor Isa?
No, I haven't, but I can if needed.
Is there much to it, Councillor Isa? Do I need to adjourn?
No. It's just to make sense of the next.
We're doing it at the top. Yep. So if you can speak through it at this point.
To adopt and to adopt, resolves to adopt that council. Is it the stem didn't make sense before? Resolves to adopt in principle that council resolves. That council will undertake. Okay. Resolves to give public notice. So D should be, point D, to give public notice. Point E, to invite submissions. point F to here, any submissions. G to note, H to note, I to note, J to note, and then at that point, and point 2, and this is, governance does have this amendment, so a new point 2, was the top changed to point 1 or is it not? So back at the top, that council resolves to, and that being point 1, yep, that's right, and then down to, what did we get to? Thank you very much. 2, that council resolves to consider the following for consultation purposes and for potential inclusion in the final budget, bracketed, not to be added at this stage.
No.
And then I don't know whether there's any need to renumber those or they can just stay as is.
Sam, that's changing the whole budget.
Councillor Isa, just hold on one second. I'm getting flagged down by governance. What we might do is I might actually adjourn the meeting for approximately 5 minutes to 9:20, whilst we can make sure we've got something it's correct on the screen. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, and we will resume the meeting at 9:25. Now, Councillor Isaac, you were moving an amendment. If you can please read off the screen your amendment.
That council resolves and strike out to adopt and have A as to adopt, B to adopt, D to give, E to invite, F to hear. Sorry, governance, if you don't mind just scrolling down further. Thank you. G to note, H to note, I to note, J to note, then 2 that council resolves to consider for potential inclusion in the final budget, then renumbering the remainder A, B, C. Is that the end of the motion? Yep, I think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nation, can I confirm that you've...
I have no idea what was just said, sorry. Can someone just email it to me? That might be
Yep, we'll wait for governance to email that through. It should have come through. Well, it's been sent from this end. Sorry for those online. We're just making sure that everyone can understand exactly what's been moved before I ask for a seconder.
Sorry, someone emailing it?
I believe I got a thumbs up that it's been sent. Councillor Nation, if you can confirm when you've got it.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have it. I'm just...
It's just come through on my end, Councillor Nation. We'll give you a moment to read it. For those watching online, Councillor Nation's joining us via Zoom, so we just need to send things through electronically, and things just take a little while. Just have to make sure everyone is on the same page. So Councillor Nation's just reading what we all have on the big screen in front of us. Whilst Councillor Nation is doing that, I will ask through the CEO the impacts of this potential amendment.
Thank you, through the Mayor. The added change, in my view, doesn't have any impact.
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I think I'm across what's been moved as part of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's been moved. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Isa, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Thanks, Mayor. And I apologise. I should have put the 2 in the stem so that all of the different elements didn't have to have 2, but I apologise for that. I'll know for next time. In any case, now it actually reads grammatically correctly. The added point 2, and I appreciate the CEO's advice that the impact of point 2 is negligible. I did, I guess, want to emphasise, I guess it's my way of emphasising that this is a draft budget, that these additional ideas are being included in the draft budget, potentially if this is all passed, but this is still open to consultation, and we invite the community to give feedback on all aspects of the draft budget for our final deliberations at the end of June or at the middle of June. So really that's just what that point 2 emphasises.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Isa, for moving the change. It resolves a bit of a bugbear that I had with the STEM, and I'm happy, as I've indicated already, to flag to the community that this draft budget we're really keen to hear feedback on, and whilst we're being, I think, hopefully just transparent on what councillors hope to see in the final budget, we do really need your feedback to test those ideas and make sure that we're going down the right path. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Any other councillor? Councillor Nation.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I ask a point of clarification through the Chair to the mover of the motion?
Yes.
I can?
Yes.
The point 2, sorry, I'm just trying to compare old and new, does point 2 suggest, or is point 2 included so those 3 items that are then underneath will not be in the draft budget that goes out to the community?
I'll ask the CEO for confirmation on how it would then occur.
When officers implement, if council resolve A, B, C, and 1 and 2 as they are, we would treat it as if the 2 doesn't exist. So we'll be including the draft budget before, and the whole thing is subject to budget consultation.
Councillor Nation, does that answer your point of clarification?
It probably answers it, but it doesn't make it any clearer in my head. Obviously, I guess I wasn't around for the discussion in the adjournment. I'll just wait if anyone else speaks on the matter.
Thank you. So at the moment we've had Councillor Isa and Councillor Hodgson speak on this. Would any other councillor like to speak on this amendment? No one else is speaking on this amendment, so I will pass to Councillor Isa to close.
Oh, look, I'll just try to respond to the questions that Councillor Nation probably rightly raised, and I appreciate the confusion and hope you can hear me, Councillor Nation, because the original words that I was looking at, I was advised by the Mayor, would not be accepted as an amendment because they were felt to be significantly contrary to the motion. So I've gone back to some words that the CEO had advised me earlier today would not actually have a material impact on the budget. But I thought that it's worth still including them because it emphasises, I hope, to the community that this is a consultative and draft process, and these amendments that are being added in tonight are still subject to consultation and subject to a final decision in June. So it's really just because this is eating into the $1.3 million that had been set aside for responding to submissions. I don't want the community to feel as though their submissions are not worth making because we've only got a fraction of that left after these 3 particular items. So I want to make sure that the community knows that they should make submissions to us, that we will absolutely hear the submissions, and when we come back in June, we may in fact decide to alter some of these or alter some quantums or alter some other aspects of the budget to incorporate some submissions that may come forth from the community. That was all I was wanting to flag.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. So I will put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Isa, Councillor Byrne. All those against? Councillor Nation, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams. That motion is lost. Okay, we are going back to the substantive. Would anybody else like to speak on the substantive? Councillor Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor. I might just wait to... I'll move an amendment, thanks. That point K to change 250,000 to 150,000. The point L to change 400,000 to 200,000, and point M to change 300,000 to 150,000.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Nation, that's on our screen. Are you aware of those numbers, or would you like me to repeat them?
Can you go one more time for me, please?
Yep, so it was K changing it from 250,000 to 150,000, L changing from 400,000 to 200,000, and M changing from 300,000 to 150,000. Okay, thank you. That is moved by Councillor Tyson. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Tyson, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I thought I would wait until the end to see what would likely be the final motion. I think this is common sense considering the spending that this budget is committing to. As a government, we can't print money, we can't issue bonds, we can't raise taxes, really, in effect. We need to have a sustainable budget. I think this goes some way to what some councillors have spoken about in saving money. This will leave us with a decent buffer of a surplus for community consultation, but I also believe that we should have a surplus for the budget overall as it is finalised, because really we don't know when the next pandemic is. Even though we're not out of this one, we know the substantial spending that council committed to when this pandemic just now has kicked off. And I think this is financially responsible. It's never popular, but we're ultimately put here to look after and be the stewards of ratepayers' money, and it's all very easy to have the full shebang, the full show bag of goods, but I think this goes a good way to having a decent surplus. I think it's fair across the board, cutting by 50% the motions that have been moved tonight, and it's really sharing the pain for the community's gain. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. While hopefully when we get to final budget time, the Climate Reserve Fund will double or triple or more, in the interests of making sure that we have a meaningful consultation period, I'm happy to support this amendment. My running tally, and I am happy to stand corrected, would put this at a surplus of 655,000. So that would provide our community with a really strong voice to have input into this budget, and I'm happy to support on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Would anybody else like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Adams? No? Oh, Councillor Nation.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just trying to get my head around these numbers and Councillor Tyson's reference to taking off 100k, 300k and 200k in order to keep us in surplus, but isn't in the motion already, didn't councillors vote to borrow $3 million? So I'm just thinking out loud about the idea that you're stripping money from these three projects to keep us in surplus, but you just voted to borrow $3 million. We're only in surplus because people voted to borrow $3 million. I'm just a bit confused. Yes. Anyway, is that? Am I missing something here, or is that?
Are you asking a point of clarification, Councillor Nation?
Oh, I'm just thinking out loud that if the justification is to strip money from this arts and culture plan, the sports scoreboard, and halve the community climate emission reduction reserve to maintain a surplus, but we voted to borrow $3 million, then it's not really a surplus. Anyway, that's just me thinking out loud. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nation. Would anybody else like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. And Councillor Nation, yes, we did vote tonight to borrow an additional $3 million, but that isn't, not reflected in the draft budget, but yes, we will have to pay that money back. And I appreciate the motion to slash some funding. I do really want to see a surplus, a decent surplus, go out in our draft budget. So we've got a pool of money for community requests and yeah, so I think I'll support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Would anybody else like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Isa.
Like Councillor Hodgson, I would like to see the Community Climate Emission Reduction Reserve maintained at a level that can do some real work, but in the interests of, well, exactly what Councillor Hodgson said, I'll support the motion this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Would anybody else like to speak on this amendment? No, I will go to Councillor Tyson to close.
Thanks, Mayor. Addressing Councillor Nation's points, I supported every item in these editions of the budget. However, I think that we should, as I mentioned, be responsible in our spending. The loan for the proposed Quinn Grove project is and will be a fixed amount of money. I'd note that these individual items can be scaled up and scaled back as appropriate. We can have 10 scoreboards and timekeeper boxes, or we can have 5. I'd like to see the community consultation on the Climate Emission Reduction Reserve, but at the end of the day, we could spend $5 million and really put that to good use. But ultimately, we have finite resources and we need to be responsible with that. I appreciate councillors who have spoken in support. I think once we go through the draft budget process, we can scale these up or down as appropriate as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, under governance section 38.2, I can separate this amendment, which is what I'll do. So we'll vote on each of the individual ones separately. So the first one that I'll put to the vote is K, allocate $150,000 towards the development and implementation of the Arts and Culture Plan in 2022-23. Those in favour? That is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Adams, Councillor Isa. Those against? That is Councillor Nation, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Byrne. That amendment is lost. L, allocate $200,000 towards electronic scoreboards and timekeeper boxes. Those in favour? That is Councillor Tyson, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Adams, Councillor Isa. Those against is Councillor Nation, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Byrne. That motion is lost. And M, allocate $150,000 for a community climate emission reduction reserve. All those in favour? That is Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp and Councillor Adams. All those against is Councillor Nation, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Isa, Councillor Byrne. That motion is lost too. Thank you, councillors. I'm a bit nervous to say, am I going to go back to the substantive, because we haven't really done much work on the substantive, so maybe I should say that we won't be going to the budget. We won't be going to the vote. Councillor Sypek.
Budget, not the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Now, would anybody else like to speak?
I think did I have the call, Mayor?
Sorry?
Did I have the call, I think?
No. You didn't have it. I don't believe you started speaking, but if you'd like to speak, you're more than welcome.
I would just wrap up by saying I'm disappointed that motion was split. I think it was fair across the board. I think probably divided everyone by individual lines. By the time we got to M, I felt that I wouldn't support cutting one and not the other three. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Would anybody else like to speak on this motion? Councillor Isa.
Can I just ask a point of clarification before I speak, just where we are with respect to the balance?
The surplus through the CEO?
I believe it's 205,000.
Thank you. Councillor Isa, would you like to speak?
Yeah, look, I'd just like to make one final remark. I'm just still deciding whether or not I'll vote for the substantive draft budget or not. While I appreciate the need to put out a draft budget, it's certainly not a draft budget that I support. So if I do vote for it, it'll be supporting it to put it out for consultation rather than it being a draft budget that I feel is the responsible financial draft budget that we need. I'd also just like to quote some words that were spoken in this chamber about 3 years ago when plans for the Flemington Hub were put to Council. And these words were spoken and they're relevant to the budget now with respect to the Quinn Grove project. The words that were spoken were, we're in a position now where we have to be responsible with our finances, and I think it's unfair to the community to be leading them on this particular way, which is going to have a very large hub or project that I don't know whether we can afford. Our budget is in such a position that I think we would be financially irresponsible for me to be voting for this when I just cannot see at the moment that we have money allocated. And I think it's unfair to the community to be putting such a bold plan out and to be saying, hey, have a look at this, isn't this great? But it's not allocated. That's my central issue with points I and J, is that we're putting forward something to our community and leading on our community about our capacity to finance something that we can't finance. So I'll see if anyone else has got anything to say to see how I end up voting on this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Would anybody else like to speak on this motion? Councillor Nation. Yes, Councillor Nation.
Yeah, mate.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to speak about the budget rather than an amendment. I know it's revolutionary. I just want to speak about a few little issues I've got that have been highlighted to me, just in regards to our fees and charges, particularly when it comes to pensioners and recycling. I know we've been stuck on debating amendments and additions and exclusions, but I sort of wanted to flag a few things in case members of the community do want to raise them with us during the consultation period, noting they're buried on page 101, I think, of 108 within the budget. A couple of those have to do with some recycling charges. So we're moving from $0 for residents to drop off a bootload of green waste to the transfer station to $25. Now, whether or not that will achieve the outcome we desire of maintaining the ability for people to drop off green waste, but they're just going to be slugged a fee, or if they're just going to dump it elsewhere, I don't know. Our pension rates at the transfer station have gone up significantly. Hard waste pension rate bootload up 35%. The other pensions, single trailer pension rate up 13%, station wagon up 14%, tandem trailer up 10%. In terms of the transfer station charges, a lot of those that we're raising considerably are pensioner charges, which I'm not comfortable with. I'm also not comfortable with us slugging people to recycle. I know that we have costs associated with what we then do, but we're not going to charge for people to drop off e-waste, but now we're increasing that charge $0 to $5, or the polystyrene, which I believe we're going up with the polystyrene quite considerably. for I think it's $0 to $40. Now some of these are non-resident, but some of these are resident. So even polystyrene and cardboard, station wagon or bootload for a resident, $10 and $20, they were $0. Gas bottles as well. I'm concerned that we're doing a little bit of a cash grab here with the transfer station, when at the same time we're going out and saying, hey, we want you to recycle. We're
Councillor Nation, 30 seconds.
using funds within the community climate reserves mission to talk about reducing waste to landfill. Yet we're now putting a deterrent in place for residents to recycle. So I just wanted to flag those because I think they're buried in the budget. I think they're costs that shouldn't be borne by people who are willing to go to the effort, go to the transfer station and recycle. And it doesn't sit well with me that at the transfer station, other than those new charges that we're for things that have gone from $0 to
Councillor
something,
Nation,
the
sorry.
biggest increases. Sorry, is that me done?
I know that you don't have the time. I tried to give you a 30-second.
No, that's all right. I'll just finish by saying the biggest increases are to the pensioners and resident pensioners, which I don't necessarily think is that fair. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nation. Would anybody else like to speak on the motion? Councillor Adams. Yes, Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. The draft budget is proposing to deliver an operating surplus of $14.7 million and a capital works program of $48.4 million, give or take the changes that we've just made. Some of them, I just wanted to highlight some of the major capital works projects that are included in the budget. So just ending on a positive note, the Flemington Community Hub building works, including Debney's Park Precinct external works of $15.3 million, a tree planting program of $1 million, a local road network renewal program of $3.9 million, Flemington Library redevelopment of $2.2 million, a Keeler Road streetscape improvements of $1.6 million, a new playground at AJ Davis for $780,000, and some exciting Buckley Ward projects, namely the design and commence construction of Clifton Park Pavilion of $700,000, which is exciting. Also, the Woodlands Park new public toilet facility for $500,000, which is, you know, a really good deliverable, responding to community feedback and need, and the Lebanon Reserve Sports Field upgrade of $1.5 million. We're also tonight putting out to consultation the asset plan, which informs the community on how the council-controlled infrastructure assets are to be managed to achieve the community vision and supporting council plan objectives. The purpose of the asset plan is to improve the transparency around asset value and performance and the type of infrastructure assets under council management. It also helps to better align decisions around assets to community needs, service levels and standards, and financial sustainability, and helps us to articulate and communicate the challenges on service levels, costs, risks, and the considerations for decisions made. Noting that through this motion we are giving public notice for the draft budget and the draft asset plan to be made available for public inspection, I'd like to acknowledge the importance of community feedback in this process. We really do take on board this feedback, and so I highly encourage our community to take this opportunity to provide any feedback you have. We're also inviting public submissions, and I personally really value this process and look forward to hearing from our community on what projects they would like to see included. I'm happy to support this draft budget going out to consultation, but will note that I'm not okay with us at this stage only having, and I will confirm this, $205,000, I think, to consider for public budget submissions, and now I think I've just changed my mind and not going to support the draft budget. what is it? Oh, 250. No, I think it's 205.
Councillor
Sorry.
Adams,
Okay, I'll just quickly finish. We're now in a position where
Councillor Adams, sorry, I do want to be consistent with everyone, and I did say that I wasn't going to be allowing any more.
One sentence, please.
You can have one sentence.
We're now in a position where we'll most likely have to remove projects in order to accommodate any public requests, and I just think that is absolutely unfair on our community and totally against the spirit of a budget consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Would anybody else like to speak on this motion? Councillor Bedio, would you like to close?
Thanks, Mayor. That was a bit of a marathon. I'd like to just, I guess while I can, foreshadow an alternative should this motion be lost. Foreshadow, sorry.
Councillor Bedio?
An alternative should this motion be lost. I'm quite happy with where we ended up with this. I know some councillors are concerned about the lack of surplus, but at the end of the day, this is still a draft budget. We still need to come back and make a final decision, and should budget submissions be really important for us and potentially be more important than other projects that we've highlighted in the draft budget, I'm sure that we can have those discussions then. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Now, I believe that everything has already been voted on, so I just want to make sure that I won't be splitting this vote. I might just, if the screen can just scroll up.
Please don't split it. Just one vote.
I will, for the sake of consistency, I will split the vote.
Are we missing we've lost the STEM, we've lost the, that council resolves to adopt STEM, I think.
Yes, we have. We've got to make sure we've got the right motion.
No, I'm saying, what are we splitting now? I mean, we're voting on the...
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. I'm the chair and I have discretion to be able to split.
No, I was answering her question.
Okay, so councillors, we won't be splitting every single dot point because I do believe that some has been voted on. So for clarity, the council resolves to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. No, okay, all right, go back. Okay, we'll stop. Sorry, I just needed to see what the letters were on the screen.
Councillor Nation.
Sorry, Councillor Nation.
Thanks, Mayor. Sorry, I don't have the screen and I haven't got a final substantive sent to me. So
We'll make sure that that's done.
Someone
Thanks,
be able to email
Councillor
me
Nation.
the final substantive.
Governance, can you please send through the that to all councillors? For those watching at home, I know this has been a very long debate, but we obviously need to get this right, and we need to make sure that all councillors know what we're voting on.
Sorry, ask you a point of clarification. Given that we have voted on
Yes,
all
I
of
think
them,
we're going to do
and
it.
it's a bit
I agree.
difficult to,
Yep.
yeah.
Councillors, unless there's any objection, I will put it as one. I think I'm committed to breaking it up, but actually all of them, every single one has actually already been voted on. So there would be...
Yeah.
Councillor Nation, have you got the substantive? Okay. In that case, the whole of item 9.4 I will put that to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, that is Councillor Nation, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Byrne. All those against? Councillor Adams, Councillor Isa. That motion is carried. Item 9.5 on the agenda is the Community Engagement Annual Report. Councillors, do I have a motion?
Mayor, I'll move the officer's recommendation with an additional point D, please, that reads, request a report by September 2022 on the community interest and the feasibility, in brackets including costs, close brackets, of establishing a multilingual reference group and a sustainable transport advisory group, in brackets or similar titles, close brackets, to enhance council's collaboration with community members on these issues.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Isa, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Sypek, for seconding the motion. It was the intention that Council would undertake a formal evaluation of the community engagement policy and framework within its first 12 months of implementation. But due to the commitments of introducing the policy, delivering the deliberative processes to inform the development of the Council plan, this was not completed. Council will continue to work with the evaluation consultants to develop an ongoing framework for community engagement monitoring and evaluation to assess how well it responds to the increased community expectations. This report highlights 4 engagement initiatives that were planned and delivered following the endorsement of the Community Engagement Policy and Framework last February 2021, and Council's ongoing commitment to continue progressing a city where residents are engaged and can influence change and participate in council decision-making processes. Would like to thank staff for all of their work. In going back and reading the report, I did go back and read all of the policies that we passed last February, and there are a whole suite of policies that I am looking forward to the review of, but there's such enormous work that's gone into this, and such enormous work that's gone into delivering the consultation and the engagement with our community, whether it be on Your Say or the frequent posts online, on Facebook, on Instagram. Staff work really hard to engage with community. I think there are still some gaps and there's still some improvement, and the report does note that officers will note that we need to continue to improve our engagement, and that the next phase of community engagement will focus on building the capacity to identify stakeholder groups, which I think is really important, and the levels of influence and more tools that perhaps go beyond just the social media, because of course not everyone is online. We do have a rather high dependency on social media for our engagement, and I am hoping that this can be looked at as the review continues. Each week I send out a weekly email to about 800 people, and the feedback I've had from that has been really strong in terms of valuing that form of engagement with people by email rather than social media, and I just wonder whether more can't be done potentially along those lines. With respect to the additional point D, I do thank officers for the list of committees that came through a notice of motion raised some time ago, and thank you very much for that list of the advisory committees and working groups. And I'd also thank you for advising that that's going to be added to the Your Say platform and other council platforms to allow for greater community recruitment and membership. Some of these groups are recruiting at the moment, so if you're interested in joining an advisory committee or a working group, look out for those advertisements recruiting people to those groups. I would like, in that additional point D, to ask officers to please bring a report to us on whether there's community interest and how much it might cost us, and whether it might be possible to establish a multilingual reference group and sustainable transport advisory group. We have 30% of our population who speak a language other than English, more than that, Councillor Sypek's telling me, and he's probably right. And I'm conscious that we perhaps don't make the most of our incredibly multilingual community. I know that I've been asked in the past by officers to nominate people who might speak different languages, and I think we should have a reference group at our ready of people who speak some of our many different languages. There are a whole range. I don't want to necessarily just be dominant languages, but a whole range of languages. People who council could turn to for some advice about how best to correspond with people in many languages. The Sustainable Transport Advocacy Group, I really miss the cycling and walking committee that existed many years ago. It was a terrific bunch of people who gave really grounded advice about how we were rolling out sustainable transport. And it was people who rode around our municipality or who walked or who used something other than a car, public transport or whatever, and I would really like to see some form of advisory group return on that because it's such an important part of our emissions reduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Councillor Sypek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Isa, for bringing this up. I fully support this. Multilingual, yes, it's a very, very important thing, especially up in the Rose Hill ward where we have a lot of elderly people whose English is not their first language. And one of the biggest things that I get asked is, where is the Valley View? They want the Valley View magazine to come back. And let me just, I just want to explain something to you. I had a grandmother who came out here in her later years and she didn't speak English at all, but my God, did she know exactly what was going on in the days of our lives. She would watch TV, and just by looking at the facial expressions and the movements, she worked out what was happening. And I think the Valley View was a very, very important part of pictures of what was going on within the city, and I think that's what a lot of people miss. The wording, yes, I agree, they miss the wording, but when you have pictures of what's happening around the city and what could happen.
Point of clarification.
Sorry, you can't ask a point of clarification while someone's speaking. Sorry, Councillor Sypek.
That's all right. That was the feedback that I always used to get about the Valley View, and that's also great. But the other thing that Councillor Isa was talking about is transport. Well, that's one thing that's very lacking in Rose Hill Ward. We have very, very lack of transport, and I think a Transport Advisory Committee would be fantastic, and I think you'd have more starters for that committee, Councillor Isa, than you could imagine. So I fully support this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. And just for clarification, we still do have the Valley View, obviously.
In print form.
Yeah,
in print form.
Oh, in print form.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Okay.
I'll speak to it when I close, it's fine.
Sorry, were you asking a point of clarification, Councillor Tyson? No? Would anybody else like to speak on this motion? Councillor Bedio.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just be quick while we're on the topic of working groups, just to shout out to anyone watching if they wanted to join the LGBTQA plus reference group. We're accepting applications, or Council's accepting applications for expression of interest, so long as you submit before Wednesday, 25th of May.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Any other councillor? Councillor Isa, would you like to close?
Yes, I just would like to respond to the confusion there perhaps about Valley View. We do still receive the print version of Valley View, but Councillor Sypek is absolutely right that there used to be a page in Valley View that was dedicated to our multilingual community, and it was something that came in about 2008 or 2009, and it was a selection of the different aspects of the things that were covered by Valley View in multiple languages, and we've lost that, and so perhaps that's what people might be commenting on when they say that they miss an aspect of the Valley View. So,
just in paper form, not electronic form.
Yes, and so having that in paper form in multi-languages might be something that's been really missed, and perhaps that's something that a multilingual reference group could give some advice on as to whether to reactivate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. I will put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 9.6 on the agenda is titled National General Assembly 2022 A Motion. So, councillors, do I have a motion? Councillors? Councillor Tyson.
I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Bedio. Councillor Tyson, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. This is to do with the ALGA, which is the Australian Local Government Association. It is discussing the federal election priorities, which are generally broad and a consensus amongst councils across the country in which to advocate on. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Bedio?
Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Would any other councillor like to speak on this motion? I will put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 9.7 on the agenda is response to notice of motion 2020-23, Part 1, report on master plans including public basketball and fitness equipment. Councillors, do I have a motion? Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move an alternative motion, please.
Thank you, Councillor Adams.
That Council 1 notes the report on informal outdoor recreation facilities, which will be used to inform the updated open space plan. 2, authorises officers to undertake discussions with schools, the Department of Education and other relevant stakeholders to explore shared use agreements and co-contributions to upgrade outdoor informal basketball facilities for community access outside school hours. 3, considers the allocation of $300,000 in the 23-24 council budget, so that's next year's budget, towards the upgrade of outdoor informal basketball facilities for community use in Moonee Valley.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sypek. Councillor Adams.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. This report has come to us following a request I made through a resolution from a response to a notice of motion to request details on the facilities we have on full and half basketball courts, hit-up walls and public fitness equipment, as well as proposed facilities in master plans, timelines, distribution of facilities, opportunities on school land and forward planning considerations. The reason I did that was because out of the Young People Outdoors Community Engagement Report that was tabled at Council on the 13th of April 2021, we had a significant portion of respondents asking for more informal outdoor, further backed up in this report being presented, that shows that across our municipality we have some major gaps in basketball facilities. Basketball is one of our most popular sports played in this municipality, and as we all mentioned earlier, the need for a highball stadium is absolutely undisputed. We need a highball stadium, and as a council we are working hard to progress this with a couple of reports coming to council in the next few months. But we also need spaces where our local basketball and netball enthusiasts can play informally, and this is what our much loved half courts address. And it's why in my alternative motion I have referred $300,000 to next year's budget, that is 23-24, so that we can upgrade some of our half courts that need some urgent love. This report also supports what we all know, which is that there is a major lack of full courts in the city, and this is mainly due to the lack of space in this municipality. So we just have to think outside the square and find opportunities and explore ways to fill this gap in the areas where we have just run out of land, out of council land. We know that most schools in the area are lucky enough to have multi-lined basketball and netball courts, and I'm keen to make it a priority for our officers to have serious conversations with our schools, the Department of Education and our local MPs to explore shared use agreements and co-contributions to upgrade school facilities for community access in neighbourhoods where there is a high demand and limited open space. The report notes that the development of the updated open space plan, which will be coming to council soon, I hope, will provide an opportunity to address any further gaps that exist outside of the planned implementation pipeline. And I'm hoping that through this we can bring forward the delivery of informal outdoor recreation facilities in neighbourhoods where there is a high need. It's loud and clear that we've got a lot of work to do in this space, and I hope that my colleagues will support this alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Sypek. Would any other councillor like to speak on this motion? Councillor, I will, in that case, put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Nation, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Heiser, and those against is Councillor Byrne. That motion is carried. Item 10 on the agenda is notices of motion, and we have two listed on tonight's agenda. I call on Councillor Heiser to present her notice of motion titled Mayoral Vehicle.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move that Council requests the CEO to bring a report to Council reviewing the mayoral vehicle component of the council expenses policy, outlining any requirements, processes, considerations or alternative options with a view to A, removing the word fuel and inserting the words electric vehicle or bicycle and charging it in option C, B, including the words or bicycle in option B and in option A, and C, including a new option D for the provision of a fully funded MICE in brackets or appropriate ticketing close brackets for public transport use, so that the section may read, the Mayor will have the following options in relation to vehicle usage: A, use of their existing privately owned vehicle or bicycle with an entitlement to be reimbursed for bona fide expenses on a monthly basis. B, the provision of a monthly motor vehicle or bicycle allowance of $150. C, the provision of a fully maintained electric vehicle or bicycle for the duration of the mayoral term, including all associated costs such as servicing, charging and insurance. And D, the provision of a fully funded MICE or appropriate ticketing in brackets for public transport use. And then D, a small d, outlining any steps that might be required to ensure the timely provision of each option from October 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Heiser. Now, I note that there were a couple of very minor changes. If we can just have governance pop up the yellow version on the screen and also send that through to Councillor Nation. Do we have the edited version? There it is, thank you. Councillor Nation, are you familiar with what's been changed? Yep, okay, we've got a yes from Councillor Nation. Councillor Heiser, that is moved. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Heiser, would you like to speak to the item?
Thanks, Mayor. And look, I'll try and be as brief as possible because I know I've spoken a lot tonight and that can be annoying. So, initially I'd submitted this notice of motion to prompt discussion about the role we play as councillors in championing sustainable transport. It had bothered me for about 15 years that our mayors, as a default, take up a car instead of perhaps finding other options, cycling, public transport or an electric vehicle in more recent years. Where a mayor doesn't have transport, there's a need to make transport available for them to fulfil their role. But I just wanted to start the conversation to look at what other councils do and how we could show leadership in sustainable transport. I didn't mean it to be too prescriptive, but rather just putting forward one option and then asking for a report that would outline the pros and cons of this option and suggesting other options. And I also included the words of the expenses policy to save other people from having to look it up, or so that residents and our community know what I'm talking about in terms of that aspect of the expenses policy. But in trying to show an example, I think that the motion reads more prescriptively than it could have, and it could be worded, the wording could be improved. Now, our governance rules mean that I have to move the motion with only very small changes from the way I submitted it, but I do invite any of my colleagues to improve on these words if they are of a mind to. I would welcome any amendments from colleagues to reword the motion to make it clearer that it's seeking a report on options for how to make our mayoral transport sustainable, which is the key thrust of the motion. By way of example, Mitchell Shire says in their policy, a council-maintained eco-friendly vehicle, as listed by Choice Green Car Buying Guide, will be provided to the mayor for council use and reasonable private use during his or her term of office. City of Melbourne's policy says, as part of council's commitment to encouraging use of environmentally friendly modes of transport, councillors should be provided with access to fleet bicycles, including motorised bicycles, when undertaking council business. If a councillor requires provision of a designated bicycle or motorised bicycle, a request should be made to the Chief Executive and the costs, etc., are recorded. In fact, Lord Mayor Councillor Capp committed in 2018 to cycling, walking and using public transport as much as possible for official business, which I think is where the amendments for the policy have then originated. Macedon Rangers, their policy is that the vehicle will be an environmentally friendly type or model, i.e. Toyota hybrid or equivalent, with a total annual cost to council of up to $16,000. So our existing council expenses policy with respect to the mayoral vehicle is could really be improved to match some of these more sustainable policies that other councils and shires across Moonee Valley, including in rural or semi-rural areas, have with respect to their vehicles. Now, the other thing that's happened recently is the very wonderful Electric Vehicle Festival, and it was last Saturday, and it was a very successful community event. And it was successful thanks to the hard work and commitment of dozens of volunteers, and I want to congratulate all of the people who brought the event together. It was such a wonderful community event and a wonderful community effort. But the event also provided an opportunity to talk about what more Moonee Valley could do to progress our transition to electric vehicles. And of course, part of this is transitioning our fleet. And so I would also welcome any amendments if colleagues might wish to or be willing to move any amendments that perhaps consider this as we're looking at options to improve council's sustainable transport so we could perhaps do that in a more holistic way. So I'll leave it there for the moment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Isa. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to note, I support the intentions as outlined by Councillor Isa, to make sure that the options are all available to us to consider electric vehicle or sustainable vehicles or sustainable transport in the mayoral councillor expenses policy is all very good. The intent I'm very supportive of, and understand that the motion needs to get onto the floor for any amendments to be made, so I will leave it to other councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Would any other councillor like to speak to this motion? Councillor Adams.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Isa, for moving this motion. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the organisers of the Electric Vehicle Festival on the weekend, the Moonee Valley Sustainability Group. It was a well-organised event with many people attending. It's very clear that there is a lot of interest in moving towards electric cars, bikes and other forms of transport. It's also clear that there is support at the state and federal level, and personally I found the speeches and conversations with current owners of electric vehicles really interesting and informative, so I thank everybody involved. Following on from Rose's suggestions to broaden the scope of the report, I would like to put forward an amendment to the motion, if I may.
Thank you, Councillor Adams.
I think it might just be easier if I read the full full motion.
Sure.
Proposed motion. Request the CEO to bring a report to council, A, reviewing the mayoral vehicle component of the councillor expenses policy, outlining any requirements, processes or considerations or alternative options with a view to including options for electric vehicles, bicycles or scooters and public transport fares, and outlining any steps that might be required to ensure the timely provision of each option from October 2022. And B, outlining options including timelines and costs for the transition of council's fleet to electric vehicles.
Thanks, Councillor Adams. And the rest deleted thereon?
Yes, sorry, I forgot to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Tyson. Councillor Adams, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, thank you. There are a few barriers to work through when considering moving to an electric vehicle. Range anxiety is an obvious one, and I think all levels of government are committed to addressing the infrastructure requirements needed. We've had some great reports and discussions through the chamber around council's commitment, and we're definitely getting there. One of the big barriers to moving to electric is the cost, and there are several ways state and federal are addressing this, which is great. And I think one of the significant ways we can, as a council, assist is by transitioning our fleet to electric. Big organisations are already transitioning their fleet to electric, and by doing so, it increases bulk sales for manufacturers, which helps buying power overseas, but also contributes to the second-hand vehicle market, which with growth will make electric vehicles more accessible in price. The ex-fleet market is a huge portion of the second-hand vehicle market, and so having more electric vehicles in the second-hand market is a way to reducing that cost barrier. So I'm keen to see this investigated for council's fleet, and this amendment is just seeking a report on the costs and options to have this further explored. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Tyson. Nothing to add. Would anybody else like to speak on this amendment? Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. On the basis, I hope that the original motion intent is captured in point A of this amendment, and that our officers, in Councillor Razza's comments, she's provided a bit of guidance around that intent, and I hope that will be captured in the report that comes back in response to Part A. And then in Part B, I'd just like to throw my support behind looking into these options. I think it's a really important step that we can take in terms of leadership in making this market transition, and I know that this will be done in a way that doesn't harm our bottom line of the budget. It actually makes budget sense, and there's a lot of evidence to show how long-term environmental sustainability is actually also economically sustainable. So I think, it's a really great suggestion, and I know that it will be a really interesting report when it comes back to us.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Anybody else who would like to speak on the amendment? Councillor Nation.
Before you start the timer, can I just get a point of clarification of what point A in the amendment is, please?
On what, sorry, was that Councillor Nation?
Point of clarification, what's point A in the amendment?
Point A of the amendment is reviewing the mayoral vehicle component of the councillor expenses policy, outlining any requirements, processes or considerations or alternative options with a view to including options for electric vehicles, bicycles or scooters and public transport fares, and outlining any steps that might be required to ensure the timely provision of each option from October 2022.
Thank you. I'm happy to speak as well if the clock's going to start.
Just speaking on the amendment, Councillor Nation.
I guess I can, given the amendment strikes out the whole thing and adds something, I pretty much have a free rein to speak on any part of it, don't I? I think this amendment is a better way forward, and I think the important thing we need to consider in trying to champion sustainable travel for our mayor is ensuring that it doesn't disadvantage anyone from being mayor or having the same access to be able to do their job properly. The bits that have been struck out, particularly A, B, C and D, probably didn't actually allow or factor in that not everyone owns a home, not everyone has the capacity to charge a vehicle at night, be it live in an apartment or if they're renters. So by actually striking out a petrol vehicle altogether, it potentially could disadvantage those individuals that don't have the luxury of owning their home. Noting that there was a point A that's saying they could use their own privately owned vehicle or bicycle, but again, if it's a single vehicle household and they rely on that single vehicle to do all the other duties, then it could potentially prevent a future mayor from doing their job properly. Similarly, if they're the only option then is a bicycle, etc., it just needs to be a shift that doesn't disadvantage anyone, be it their home environment, their home setup in terms of if they're a 0, 1 or 2 car household, if they live in the outskirts of a municipality and don't have access to good public transport, if they've got a disability, if they're a young parent and can't necessarily safely take a young child who might accompany them on their day-to-day mayoral duties on public transport or on a bicycle, etc. So I just think we need to ensure that any shift in policy, we do look at all those other aspects to ensure that we're not disadvantaging anyone who would be, who could potentially be a mayor from being able to fulfil their duties properly. And I agree, there's plenty of good
Councillor
examples
Nation.
out there.
Councillor Nation, just so you're aware, there's, we'll say 30 seconds to go.
That's all right. There's plenty of good examples out there that we can build off, but we've just got to make sure that no one's disadvantaged, and we look at all the different scenarios. Look, even in terms of the idea that our petrol vehicles have a fleet list, so that's a capped expense. We probably need to look at what we don't want a Model S Tesla $130,000 being able to be part of the mayoral expenses because there's no sort of fleet list as well. So these are all little things that need to be worked through. But in essence, I'm supporting. I think I'll support this amendment. I wouldn't have supported the original. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nation. Would anybody else like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Sypek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support this motion. I like the idea. I like the where we're going, but I don't want to sound like a doubting Thomas. But the thing, are we going to be causing a rod for our own backs in the next 10 years' time? Because the best science that we've got right now is how long a battery is going to last. Are they going to be holding the same capacity? And the answer is, I don't know. I haven't seen any evidence that these batteries will last, 20, 30 years. If you just have a look at some of the lithium batteries around, and I'll just give you an example that people can probably relate to, is the Dyson vacuum cleaner, the battery. Those batteries there only last between 5 to 10 years maximum, and you have to replace them. So I'm just being cautious, that I just don't want to have a fleet of cars that we're going to have a lithium problem sometime in the future. And what's our environmental footprint going to be then? I mean, is it worthwhile? Like I said, I'm not against it, but I just want to, just mention it. It could be a rod for our own back sometime in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Sypek. Would anybody else like to speak to this amendment? No. Councillor Adams, closing on the amendment. I will put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Councillor Nation, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Isaac, Councillor Byrne. All those against? Councillor Sharp. That amendment is carried. We are now back to the substantive. Councillor Adams, I believe you'd finished speaking on the substantive. Would anybody else like to speak on the substantive? Councillor Isaac, would you like to close?
Thank you very much, Councillor Adams, for moving that amendment, and thank you very much, councillors, for supporting it. Councillor Nation, I do agree with your comments that it is a better way forward, this particular amended version of the motion. I also agree with the comments made around accessibility and making sure that there's no barrier with respect to transport to anybody being a mayor. And as I said in my opening, I didn't want my motion to be taken to be prescriptive in that way. It was more to put an example in there that showed people what the current expenses policy is. But I'm really glad that we've got a better motion on the floor. I do also just want to comment a little on that perceived barrier, though, around what people might have at home in terms of then what having an electric vehicle. And it goes to that point about why we need to keep making sure we've got accessible charges around the municipality. People don't have a petrol bowser at home to fill up their car at night, but people are reluctant to get an electric vehicle because they might not have capacity, they think, to, or they might be in an apartment or all the other things mentioned, to charge their car at night. And we need the infrastructure so that people don't feel they need to rely on what they've got at home in order to make use of electric vehicles. So it's a common barrier that's put up, and I think it's really important to keep talking it through. I'll leave it there, and I do thank Councillor Adams for improving the words, and in response to Councillor Hodgson's point, yes, I do think it carries the intent still of the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Nation, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Sypek, Councillor Hodgson, Councillor Bedio, Councillor Adams, Councillor Isa, Councillor Byrne. All those against? Councillor Sharp. That motion is carried. I now call on Councillor Bedio to present his notice of motion titled Use of E-Scooters in Moonee Valley.
Thanks, Mayor. I move that Council resolves to A. Note and monitor the current trial by City of Melbourne, City of Yarra and City of Port Phillip into the use of e-scooters across their municipalities. B. Note the in-principle support for such sustainable transport initiatives that align strongly with Council's MV 2040 strategic objectives to be green, connected and achieve our net zero emissions targets. C. At the completion of the above trial, investigate the benefits and opportunities of implementing a similar e-transport brackets e-scooters, e-bikes and similar close brackets program across the city and present back to Council on the findings.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. That is moved. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Bedio, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. I know it's been a long night. At the start of February, 1,500 e-scooters were rolled out across the City of Melbourne, City of Yarra and City of Port Phillip under a one-year trial to explore the benefits to transport connectivity and also potential amenity impacts. Personally, I was disappointed that Moonee Valley wasn't included in this trial. It's no secret that Moonee Valley can be a difficult city to traverse with an over-reliance on cars, a severe deficit of parking and lack of public transport options, especially out in Airport West, Avondale Heights and Keilor East. I've been lucky enough to travel quite a bit this year. Back in January, I travelled to Portland in the US state of Oregon, as well as San Francisco in California. Both cities have successfully integrated e-bikes and e-scooters into their integrated transport plans, and as a new traveller coming into these cities, I felt very comfortable scooting around and exploring. Although we don't have to look as far as the US to find successful rollouts of e-scooters and e-bikes, my partner and I just returned from a trip to Brisbane where they have over 2,800 units rolled out across the city. It was efficient, cheap, and meant that we didn't need to book an Uber everywhere. From my initial discussions with members of the community, I understand that there is some level of apprehension around the potential adverse effects of introducing these devices into our transport planning, namely visual concerns, blocking of footpaths and lack of safety. Unfortunately, here in Melbourne, I feel we've been spooked a little by the wrath of the O-bikes that were often found up in trees or in rivers, but these devices are quite different. As opposed to O-bikes, the units are tracked by GPS with the ability to set no parking zones, go slow zones and restrict the areas of use. Now, obviously, this motion isn't to endorse the use of e-scooters in Moonee Valley. Currently, it's illegal to ride an e-scooter, whether it's personally owned or whether it's one of the trial scooters in Moonee Valley, due to Victorian road laws. What I'm asking is that Council assess the current trial occurring in Greater Melbourne to benefit from the learnings from our neighbouring LGAs and to prepare to expand the use of these devices should they be adopted more generally across inner city Melbourne. The current neighbouring trial is slated to end in February 2023, and I hope that this motion gives officers plenty of time, should it be passed, to prepare for a report for Council to decide whether or not to request that Moonee Valley join in should this trial be extended.
Thank you, Councillor Bedio. Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't really have anything more to add. I think Councillor Bedio's covered it. I'm interested to see the outcomes of the trial and to see whether Moonee Valley would be a suitable place to extend the trial, noting, we do have some infrastructure barriers to people using active transport at the moment, and perhaps the trial might also attract some investment in improving, our bike paths and our connectivity around the city as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Would anybody else like to speak on this motion? Councillor Bedio, would you like to close?
No, thanks, Mayor.
I will put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 11 on the agenda is urgent business. Councillors, do we have any urgent business tonight? No. Item 12 on the agenda is confidential reports, and we don't have any listed. So after a over 4 hour meeting with a few adjournments and a bit of fun with the draft budget, we are finally coming to the end. Everyone who's watching online, please participate in any of the Your Say activities that are online with the consultation. That would be great. And if you feel the need to re-watch the whole 4 hour meeting, by all means do. I don't know whether I will be though. Good night everyone, and I'll close the meeting at 10:40.